Section 1 of The Tenth Clew and Other Continental Op Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Winston Tharp. The Tenth Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. 1. Do you know Emile Bonfils? "Mr. Leopold Gantfort is not at home," the servant who opened the door said. "But his son, Mr. Charles, is, if you wish to see him." "No. I had an appointment with Mr. Leopold Gantfort for 9 or a little after. It's just 9 now. No doubt he'll be back soon. I'll wait." "Very well, sir." He stepped aside for me to enter the house, took my overcoat and hat, guided me to a room on the second floor, Gantfort's library, and left me. I picked up a magazine from the stack on the table, pulled an ashtray over beside me, and made myself comfortable. An hour passed. I stopped reading and began to grow impatient. Another hour passed, and I was fidgeting. A clock somewhere below had begun to strike 11 when a young man of 25 or 6, tall and slender, with remarkably white skin and very dark hair and eyes, came into the room. "My father hasn't returned yet," he said. "It's too bad that you should have been kept waiting all this time. Isn't there anything I could do for you? I am Charles Gantfort." "No, thank you." I got up from my chair, accepting the courteous dismissal. "I'll get in touch with him tomorrow." "I'm sorry," he murmured. We moved toward the door together. As we reached the hall, an extension telephone in one corner of the room we were leaving buzzed softly, and I halted in the doorway while Charles Gantfort went over to answer it. His back was toward me as he spoke into the instrument. "Yes, yes, yes," sharply. "What?" "Yes," very weakly. "Yes." He turned slowly around and faced me with a face that was gray and tortured, with wide, shocked eyes and gaping mouth, the telephone still in his hand. "Father," he gasped. "He's dead. Killed." "Where? How?" "I don't know. That was the police. They want me to come down at once." He straightened his shoulders with an effort, pulled himself together, put down the telephone, and his face fell into less strained lines. "You will pardon my—" "Mr. Gantfort," I interrupted his apology, "I am connected with the Continental Detective Agency. Your father called up this afternoon and asked that a detective be sent to see him tonight. He said his life had been threatened. He hadn't definitely engaged us, however, so unless you—" "Certainly, you are employed. If the police haven't already caught the murderer, I want you to do everything possible to catch him." "All right, let's get down to headquarters." Neither of us spoke during the ride to the Hall of Justice. Gantfort bent over the wheel of his car, sending it through the streets at a terrific speed. There were several questions that needed answers, but all his attention was required for his driving if he was to maintain the pace at which he was driving without piling us into something, so I didn't disturb him, but hung on and kept quiet. Half a dozen police detectives were waiting for us when we reached the detective bureau. Ogar, a bullet-headed detective sergeant who dresses like the village constable in a movie, wide-brimmed black hat and all, but who isn't to be put out of the reckoning on that account, was in charge of the investigation. He and I had worked on 2 or 3 jobs together before and hit it off excellently. He led us into one of the small offices below the assembly room. Spread out on the flat top of the desk there were a dozen or more objects. "I want you to look these things over carefully," the detective sergeant told Gantfort, "and pick out the ones that belong to your father." "But where is he?" "Do this first," Ogar insisted, "and then you can see him." I looked at the things on the table while Charles Gantfort made his selections. An empty jewel case, a memoranda book, 3 letters in slit envelopes that were addressed to the dead man, some other papers, a bunch of keys, a fountain pen, 2 white linen handkerchiefs, 2 pistol cartridges, a gold watch with a gold knife and a gold pencil attached to it by a gold and platinum chain, 2 black leather wallets, one of them very new and the other worn, some money, both paper and silver, and a small portable typewriter, bent and twisted and matted with hair and blood. Some of the other things were smeared with blood and some were clean. Gauntford picked out the watch and its attachments, the keys, the fountain pen, the memoranda book, the handkerchiefs, the letters and other papers, and the older wallet. "These were Father's," he told us. "I've never seen any of the others before. I don't know, of course, how much money he had with him tonight, so I can't say how much of this is his." "You sure none of the rest of this stuff was his?" Hogar asked. "I don't think so, but I'm not sure. Whipple could tell you." He turned to me. "He's the man who let you in tonight. He looked after Father, and he'll know positively whether any of these other things belong to him or not." One of the police detectives went to the telephone to tell Whipple to come down immediately. I resumed the questioning. "Is anything that your father usually carried with him missing? Anything of value?" "Not that I know of. All of the things that he might have been expected to have with him seem to be here." "At what time tonight did he leave the house?" "Before 7:30. Possibly as early as 7. "Know where he was going?"
He didn't tell me, but I suppose that he was going to call on Miss Dexter."
The faces of the police detectives brightened and their eyes grew sharp. I suppose mine did, too. There are many, many murders with never a woman in them anywhere, but seldom a very conspicuous killing. "Who is this Miss Dexter?" Hogar took up the inquiry.
"She's, well," Charles Gauntford hesitated. "Well, Father was on very friendly terms with her and her brother. He usually called on her, several evenings a week. In fact, I suspected that he intended marrying her."
"Who and what is she?"
"Father became acquainted with them 6 or 7 months ago. I've met them several times, but I don't know them very well. Miss Dexter, Creda is her given name, is about 23 years old, I should judge, and her brother Madden is 4 or 5 years older. He is in New York now, or on his way there, to transact some business for Father."
"Did your father tell you he was going to marry her?" Hogar hammered away at the woman angle.
"No, but it was pretty obvious that he was very much infatuated. We had some words over it a few days ago, last week. Not a quarrel, you understand, but words. From the way he talked, I feared that he meant to marry her."
"What do you mean, feared?"
Hogar snapped at that word.
Charles Gauntford's pale face flushed a little, and he cleared his throat embarrassedly.
"I don't want to put the Dexters in a bad light to you. I'm sure they had nothing to do with with this. But I didn't care especially for them, didn't like them. I thought they were, fortune hunters, perhaps. Father wasn't fabulously wealthy, but he had considerable means. And while he wasn't feeble, still he was past 57, old enough for me to feel that Creda Dexter was more interested in his money than in him."
"How about your father's will?"
"The last one of which I have any knowledge, drawn up 2 or 3 years ago, left everything to my wife and me jointly. Father's attorney, Mr. Murray Abernathy, could tell you if there was a later will, but I hardly think there was."
"Your father had retired from business, hadn't he?"
"Yes. He turned his import and export business over to me about a year ago. He had quite a few investments scattered around, but he wasn't actively engaged in the management of any concern."
Hogar tilted his village constable hat back and scratched his bullet head reflectively for a moment. Then he looked at me. "Anything else you want to ask?" "Yes. Mr. Gauntford, do you know, or did you ever hear your father or anyone else speak of an Emile Bonfield?"
"No."
"Did your father ever tell you that he had received a threatening letter, or that he had been shot at on the street?"
"No."
"Was your father in Paris in 1902?
"Very likely. He used to go abroad every year up until the time of his retirement from business."
2. That's something. Hogar and I took Gauntford around to the morgue to see his father then. The dead man wasn't pleasant to look at, even to Hogar and me, who hadn't known him except by sight. I remembered him as a small, wiry man, always smartly tailored, and with a brisk springiness that was far younger than his years. He lay now with the top of his head beaten into a red and pulpy mess. We left Gauntford at the morgue and set out afoot for the Hall of Justice. "What's this deep stuff you're pulling about Emile Bonfield and Paris in 1902? the detective sergeant asked as soon as we were out in the street. "This. The dead man phoned the agency this afternoon and said he had received a threatening letter from an Emile Bonfield with whom he had had trouble in Paris in 1902.
He also said that Bonfield had shot at him the previous evening in the street. He wanted somebody to come around and see him about it tonight, and he said that under no circumstances were the police to be let in on it, that he'd rather have Bonfield get him than have the trouble made public. That's all he would say over the phone, and that's how I happened to be on hand when Charles Gauntfort was notified of his father's death." Ogar stopped in the middle of the sidewalk and whistled softly. "That's something," he exclaimed. "Wait till we get back to headquarters. I'll show you something." Whipple was waiting in the assembly room when we arrived at headquarters. His face at first glance was as smooth and mask-like as when he had admitted me to the house on Russian Hill earlier in the evening. But beneath his perfect servant's manner he was twitching and trembling. We took him into the little office where we had questioned Charles Gauntfort. Whipple verified all that the dead man's son had told us. He was positive that neither the typewriter, the jewel case, the 2 cartridges, or the newer wallet had belonged to Gauntfort. We couldn't get him to put his opinion of the Dexters in words, but that he disapproved of them was easily seen. Miss Dexter, he said, had called up on the telephone 3 times this night at about 8 o'clock, at 9, and at 9:30. She had asked for Mr. Leopold Gauntfort each time, but she had left no message. Whipple was of the opinion that she was expecting Gauntfort, and he had not arrived. He knew nothing, he said, of Emile Bonfield or any threatening letters. Gauntfort had been out the previous night from 8 until midnight. Whipple had not seen him closely enough when he came home to say whether he seemed excited or not. Gauntfort usually carried about $100 in his pockets. "Is there anything you know of that Gauntfort had on his person tonight which isn't among these things on the desk?" Ogar asked. "No, sir. Everything seems to be here. Watch and chain, money, memorandum book, wallet, keys, handkerchiefs, fountain pen, everything that I know of." "Did Charles Gauntfort go out tonight?" "No, sir. He and Mrs. Gauntfort were at home all evening." "Positive?" Whipple thought a moment. "Yes, sir, I'm fairly certain, but I know Mrs. Gauntfort wasn't out. To tell the truth, I didn't see Mr. Charles from about 8 o'clock until he came downstairs with this gentleman," pointing to me, "at 11. But I'm fairly certain he was home all evening. I think Mrs. Gauntfort said he was." Then Ogar put another question, one that puzzled me at the time. "What kind of collar buttons did Mr. Gauntfort wear?" "You mean Mr. Leopold?" "Yes." "Plain gold ones, made all in one piece. They had a London jeweler's mark on them." "Would you know them if you saw them?" "Yes, sir." We let Whipple go home then. "Don't you think," I suggested when Ogar and I were alone with this desk-load of evidence that didn't mean anything at all to me yet, "it's time you were loosening up and telling me what's what?" "I guess so. Listen. A man named Lagerquist, a grocer, was driving through Golden Gate Park tonight and passed a machine standing on a dark road with its lights out. He thought there was something funny about the way the man in it was sitting at the wheel, so he told the first patrolman he met about it. The patrolman investigated and found Gauntfort sitting at the wheel, dead, with his head smashed in, and this dingus," putting one hand on the bloody typewriter, "on the seat beside him. That was at 9:15. The doc says Gauntfort was killed, his skull crushed, with his typewriter. The dead man's pockets, we found, had all been turned inside out, and all the stuff on the desk, except his new wallet, was scattered about in the car. Some of it on the floor, and some of it on the seats. This money was there, too, nearly $100 of it. Among the papers was this." He handed me a sheet of white paper upon which the following had been typewritten: "LFG. I want what is mine. 6,000 miles and 21 years are not enough to hide you from the victim of your treachery. I mean to have what you stole. E.B." "LFG could be Leopold F. Gauntfort," I said, "and E.B. could be Emile Bonfield. 21 years is a time from 1902 to 1923, and 6,000 miles is roughly the distance between Paris and San Francisco." I laid the letter down and picked up the jewel case. It was a black imitation leather one, lined with black satin and unmarked in any way. Then I examined the cartridges. There were 2 of them, SW.45 caliber, and deep crosses had been cut in their soft noses, an old trick that makes the bullet spread out like a saucer when it hits. These in the car, too? Yep. And this? From a vest pocket, Ogar produced a short tuft of blonde hair. Hairs between 1 inch and 2 inches in length. They had been cut off, not pulled out by the roots. Any more? There seemed to be an endless stream of things. He picked up the new wallet from the desk, the one that both Whipple and Charles Gauntfort had said did not belong to the dead man, and slid it over to me. That was found in the road, 2 or 3 feet from the car. It was of a cheap quality, and had neither manufacturer's name nor owner's initials on it. In it were 2 $10 bills, 3 small newspaper clippings, and a typewritten list of 6 names and addresses, headed by Gauntfort's. The 3 clippings were apparently from the personal columns of 3 different newspapers. The type wasn't the same, and they read, George, everything is fixed. Don't wait too long. DDD. RHT. They do not answer. Flow. Cappy. 12 on the dot, and look sharp. Bingo. The names and addresses on the typewritten list under Gauntfort's were Quincy Heathcote, 1223 South Jason Street, Denver; B.D. Thornton, 96 Hughes Circle, Dallas; Luther G. Randall, 615 Columbia Street, Portsmouth; J.H. Boyd Willis, 4544 Harvard Street, Boston; Hannah Hindmarch, 218 East 79th Street, Cleveland. What else? I asked when I had studied these. The detective sergeant's supply hadn't been exhausted yet. The dead man's collar buttons, both front and back, had been taken out, though his collar and tie were still in place, and his left shoe was gone. We hunted high and low all around, but didn't find either shoe or collar buttons. Is that all? I was prepared for anything now. What the hell do you want? He growled. Ain't that enough? How about fingerprints? Nothing stirring. All we found belonged to the dead man. How about the machine he was found in? A coupe, belonging to a Dr. Wallace Gerardo. He phoned in at 6 this evening that it had been stolen from near the corner of McAllister and Polk Streets. We're checking up on him, but I think he's all right. The things that Whipple and Charles Gauntfort had identified as belonging to the dead man told us nothing. We went over them carefully, but to no advantage. The memoranda book contained many entries, but they all seemed totally foreign to the murder. The letters were quite as irrelevant. The serial number of the typewriter with which the murder had been committed had been removed, we found, apparently filed out of the frame. Well, what do you think? Ogar asked when we had given up our examination of our clues and sat back burning tobacco. I think we want to find Monsieur Emile Bonnefield. It wouldn't hurt to do that, he grunted. I guess our best bet is to get in touch with these 5 people on the list with Gauntfort's name. Suppose that's a murder list, that this Bonnefield is out to get all of them. Maybe. We'll get hold of them anyway. Maybe we'll find out that some of them have already been killed. But whether they have been killed or are to be killed or not, it's a cinch that they have some connection with this affair. I'll get off a batch of telegrams to the agency's branches, having the names on the list taken care of. I'll try to have the 3 clippings traced, too. Ogar looked at his watch and yawned. It's after 4. What say we knock off and get some sleep? I'll leave word for the department's expert to compare the typewriter with that letter signed E.B. and with that list, to see if they were written on it. I guess they were, but we'll make sure. I'll have the park searched all around where we found Gauntfort as soon as it gets light enough to see, and maybe the missing shoe and the collar buttons will be found. And I'll have a couple of the boys out calling on all the typewriter shops in the city to see if they can get a line on this one. I stopped at the nearest telegraph office and got off a wad of messages. Then I went home to dream of nothing even remotely connected with crime or the detecting business. 3. A sleek kitten, that dame. At 11 o'clock the same morning, when brisk and fresh with 5 hours' sleep under my belt, I arrived at the Police Detective Bureau,
I found O'Gar slumped down at his desk, staring dazedly at a black shoe, half a dozen collar buttons, a rusty flat key, and a rumpled newspaper, all lined up before him. "What's all this? Souvenir of your wedding?" "Might as well be." His voice was heavy with disgust. "Listen to this. One of the porters of the Seamen's National Bank found a package in the vestibule when he started cleaning up this morning. It was this shoe, Gauntfort's missing one, wrapped in this sheet of a 5-day-old Philadelphia record, and with these collar buttons and this old key in it. The heel of the shoe, you'll notice, has been pried off and is still missing. Whipple identifies it all right, as well as 2 of the collar buttons, but he never saw the key before. These other 4 collar buttons are new, and common gold rolled ones. The key don't look like it had much use for a long time. What do you make of all that?" I couldn't make anything out of it. "How did the porter happen to turn the stuff in?" "Oh, the whole story was in the morning papers, all about the missing shoe and collar buttons and all." "What did you learn about the typewriter?" I asked. "The letter and the list were written with it, right enough, but we haven't been able to find out where it came from yet. We checked up on the doc who owns the coop, and he's in the clear. We accounted for all his time last night. Lagerquist, the grocer who found Gauntfort, seems to be all right, too. What did you do?" "Haven't had any answers to the wires I sent last night. I dropped in at the agency on my way down this morning and got 4 operatives out covering the hotels and looking up all the people named Bonefield they can find. There are 2 or 3 families by that name listed in the directory. Also, I sent our New York branch a wire to have the steamship records searched to see if an Emile Bonefield had arrived recently, and I put a cable through to our Paris correspondent to see what he could dig up over there. I guess we ought to see Gauntfort's lawyer, Abernathy, and that Dexter woman before we do anything else," the detective sergeant said. "I guess so," I agreed. "Let's tackle the lawyer first. He's the most important one, the way things now stand." Murray Abernathy, attorney at law, was a long, stringy, slow-spoken old gentleman who still clung to starched bosom shirts. He was too full of what he thought were professional ethics to give us as much help as we had expected, but by letting him talk, letting him ramble along in his own way, we did get a little information out of him. What we got amounted to this. The dead man and Creta Dexter had intended being married the coming Wednesday. His son and her brother were both opposed to the marriage, it seemed, so Gauntfort and the woman had planned to be married secretly in Oakland and catch a boat for the Orient that same afternoon, figuring that by the time the lengthy honeymoon was over, they could return to a son and brother who had become resigned to the marriage. A new will had been drawn up, leaving half of Gauntfort's estate to his new wife and half to his son and daughter-in-law, but the new will had not been signed yet, and Creta Dexter knew it had not been signed. She knew, and this was one of the few points upon which Abernathy would make a positive statement, that under the old will, still in force, everything went to Charles Gauntfort and his wife. The Gauntfort estate, we estimated from Abernathy's roundabout statements and allusions, amounted to about $1.5 million in cash value. The attorney had never heard of Emile Bonefield, he said, and had never heard of any threats or attempts at murder directed toward the dead man. He knew nothing, or would tell us nothing, that threw any light upon the nature of the thing that the threatening letter had accused the dead man of stealing. From Abernathy's office we went to Creta Dexter's apartment, in a new and expensively elegant building only a few minutes' walk from the Gauntfort residence. Creta Dexter was a small woman in her early 20s. The first thing you noticed about her were her eyes. They were large and deep and the color of amber, and their pupils were never at rest. Continuously they changed size, expanded and contracted, slowly at times, suddenly at others, ranging incessantly from the size of pinheads to an extent that threatened to blot out the amber irids. With the eyes for a guide, you discovered that she was pronouncedly feline throughout. Her every movement was the slow, smooth, sure one of a cat, and the contours of her rather pretty face, the shape of her mouth, the small nose, the set of the eyes, the swelling of her brows were all cat-like, and the effect was heightened by the way she wore her hair, which was thick and tawny. "Mr. Gauntfort and I," she told us after the preliminary explanations had been disposed of, "were to have been married the day after tomorrow. His son and daughter-in-law were both opposed to the marriage, as was my brother, Madden.
They all seemed to think that the difference between our ages was too great. So to avoid any unpleasantness, we had planned to be married quietly and then go abroad for a year or more, feeling sure that they would all have forgotten their grievances by the time we returned. That was why Mr. Gantvort persuaded Madden to go to New York. He had some business there, something to do with the disposal of his interest in a steel mill, so he used it as an excuse to get Madden out of the way until we were off on our wedding trip. Madden lived here with me, and it would have been nearly impossible for me to have made any preparations for the trip without him seeing them.
"Was Mr. Gantvort here last night?" I asked her.
"No, I expected him. We were going out. He usually walked over. It's only a few blocks. When 8 o'clock came and he hadn't arrived, I telephoned his house, and Whipple told me that he had left nearly an hour before. I called up again twice after that. Then this morning I called up again before I had seen the papers, and I was told that he—"
She broke off with a catch in her voice, the only sign of sorrow she displayed throughout the interview. The impression of her that we'd received from Charles Gantvort and Whipple had prepared us for a more or less elaborate display of grief on her part, but she disappointed us. There was nothing crude about her work. She didn't even turn on the tears for us. "Was Mr. Gantvort here night before last?"
"Yes. He came over at a little after 8 and stayed until nearly 12. We didn't go out."
"Did he walk over and back?"
"Yes, so far as I know."
"Did he ever say anything to you about his life being threatened?"
"No."
She shook her head decisively. "Do you know Emile Bonfield?"
"No."
"Ever hear Mr. Gantvort speak of him?"
"No."
"At what hotel is your brother staying in New York?" The restless black pupils spread out abruptly, as if they were to overflow into the white areas of her eyes. That was the first clear indication of fear I had seen. But outside of those telltale pupils, her composure was undisturbed.
"I don't know."
"When did he leave San Francisco?"
"Thursday, 4 days ago."
Ogar and I walked 6 or 7 blocks in thoughtful silence after we left Creta Dexter's apartment, and then he spoke.
"A sleek kitten, that dame. Rub her the right way, and she'll purr pretty. Rub her the wrong way, and look out for the claws."
"What did that flash of her eyes when I asked her about her brother tell you?" I asked.
"Something, but I don't know what. It wouldn't hurt to look him up and see if he's really in New York. If he is there today, it's a cinch he wasn't there last night. Even the mail planes take 26 or 28 hours for the trip."
"We'll do that," I agreed. "It looks like this Creta Dexter wasn't any too sure that her brother wasn't in on the killing. And there's nothing to show that Bonfield didn't have help. I can't figure Creta being in on the murder, though. She knew the new will hadn't been signed. There'd be no sense in her working herself out of that $750,000 berries." We sent a lengthy telegram to the Continental's New York branch, and then dropped in at the agency to see if any replies had come to the wires I had got off the night before. They had. None of the people whose names appeared on the typewritten list with Gantvort's had been found. Not the least trace had been found of any of them. 2 of the addresses given were altogether wrong. There were no houses with those numbers on those streets. And there never had been. 4. Maybe that ain't so foolish. What was left of the afternoon, Ogar and I spent going over the street between Gantvort's house on Russian Hill and the building in which the Dexters lived. We questioned everyone we could find, man, woman, and child, who lived, worked, or played along any of the 3 routes the dead man could have taken. We found nobody who had heard the shot that had been fired by Bonfield on the night before the murder. We found nobody who had seen anything suspicious on the night of the murder. Nobody who remembered having seen him picked up in a coupe. Then we called in at Gantvort's house and questioned Charles Gantvort again, his wife, and all the servants, and we learned nothing. So far as they knew, nothing belonging to the dead man was missing, nothing small enough to be concealed in the heel of a shoe. The shoes he had worn the night he was killed were one of 3 pairs made in New York for him 2 months before. He could have removed the heel of the left one, hollowed it out sufficiently to hide a small object in it, and then nailed it on again. The Whipple insisted that he would have noticed the effects of any tampering with the shoe unless it had been done by an expert repairman. This field exhausted, we returned to the agency. A telegram had just come in from the New York branch. saying that none of the steamship company's records showed the arrival of an Emile Bonfil from either England, France, or Germany within the past 6 months. The operatives who had been searching the city for Bonfil had all come in empty-handed. They had found and investigated 11 persons named Bonfil in San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, and Alameda. Their investigations had definitely cleared all 11. None of these Bonfils knew an Emile Bonfil. Combing the hotels had yielded nothing. Ogar and I went to dinner together, a quiet, grouchy sort of meal during which we didn't speak 6 words apiece, and then came back to the agency to find that another wire had come in from New York. Madden Dexter arrived McAlpin Hotel this morning with power of attorney to sell Gantvort interest in B.F.&F Iron Corporation. Denies knowledge of Emile Bonfil or of murder. Expects to finish business and leave for San Francisco tomorrow. I let the sheet of paper upon which I had decoded the telegram slide out of my fingers, and we sat listlessly facing each other across my desk, looking vacantly each at the other, listening to the clatter of charwomen's buckets in the corridor. "It's a funny one," Ogar said softly to himself at last. I nodded. It was. "We got 9 clues," he spoke again presently, "and none of them have got us a damn thing. Number 1. The dead man called up you people and told you that he had been threatened and shot at by an Emile Bonfil that he'd had a run-in with in Paris a long time ago. Number 2. The typewriter he was killed with and that the letter and list were written on. We're still trying to trace it, but with no breaks so far. What the hell kind of a weapon was that, anyway? It looks like this fellow Bonfil got hot and hit Gantvort with the first thing that he put his hand on. But what was the typewriter doing in a stolen car? And why were the numbers filed off it?" I shook my head to signify I couldn't guess the answer, and Ogar went on enumerating our clues. Number 3, the threatening letter, fitting in with what Gantvort has said over the phone that afternoon. Number 4, those 2 bullets with the crosses in their snoots. Number 5, the jewel case. Number 6, that bunch of yellow hair. Number 7, the fact that the dead man's shoe and collar buttons were carried away. Number 8, the wallet with 2 $10 bills, 3 clippings, and a list in it found on the road. Number 9, finding the shoe next day wrapped up in a 5-day-old Philadelphia paper and with the missing collar buttons, 4 more, and a rusty key in it. That's the list. If they mean anything at all, they mean that Emile Bonfil, whoever he is, was flim-flammed out of something by Gantvort in Paris in 1902, and that Bonfil came to get it back. He picked Gantvort up last night in a stolen car, bringing his typewriter with him, for God knows what reason. Gantvort put up an argument, so Bonfil bashed in his noodle with the typewriter, and then went through his pockets, apparently not taking anything. He decided that what he was looking for was in Gantvort's left shoe, so he took the shoe away with him. And then, but there's no sense to the collar button trick or the phony list or... Yes, there is, I cut in, sitting up, wide awake now. That's our 10th clue, the one that we're going to follow from now on. That list was, except for Gantvort's name and address, a fake. Our people would have found at least one of the 5 people whose names were on it if it had been on the level, but they didn't find the least trace of any of them, and 2 of the addresses were street numbers that didn't exist. That list was faked up, put in the wallet with the clippings at $20 to make the place stronger, and planted in the road near the car to throw us off track. And if that's so, then it's 100 to 1 that the rest of the things were cooked up too. From now on, I'm considering all those 9 lovely clues as 9 bum steers, and I'm going just exactly contrary to them. I'm looking for a man whose name isn't Emile Bonfil, and whose initials aren't either E or B, who isn't French, and who wasn't in Paris in 1902. A man who hasn't light hair, doesn't carry a .45 caliber pistol, and has no interest in personal advertisements in newspapers. A man who didn't kill Gantvort to recover anything that could have been hidden in a shoe or on a collar button. That's the sort of guy I'm hunting for now. The detective sergeant screwed up his little green eyes reflectively and scratched his head. "Maybe that ain't so foolish," he said. "You might be right at that. Suppose you are. What then? That Dexter kitten didn't do it. It cost her $750,000. Her brother didn't do it. He's in New York. And besides, you don't croak a guy just because you think he's too old to marry your sister. Charles Guntfort? He and his wife are the only ones who make any money out of the old man dying before the new will was signed. We have only their word for it that Charles was home that night. The servants didn't see him between 8 and 11. You were there, and you didn't see him till 11. But me and you both believe him when he says he was home all that evening. And neither of us think he bumped the old man off, though of course he might. Who then?" "This Creda Dexter," I suggested, "was marrying Gantvort for his money, wasn't she? You don't think she was in love with him, do you?" "No, I figure from what I saw of her that she was in love with $1.5 million. "All right," I went on. "Now she isn't exactly homely, not by a long shot. Do you reckon Gantvort was the only man who ever fell for her?" I got you, Hogar exclaimed. "You mean that there might have been some young fellow in the running who didn't have any $1.5 million behind him, and who didn't take kindly to being nosed out by a man who did? Maybe. Well, suppose we bury all this stuff we've been working on and try out that angle." "Suits me," he said. "Starting in the morning, then, we spend our time hunting for Gantvort's rival for the paw of this Dexter kitten." 5. Meet Mr. Smith. Right or wrong, that's what we did. We stowed all those lovely clues away in a drawer, locked the drawer, and forgot them. Then we set out to find Creda Dexter's masculine acquaintances and sift them for the murderer. But it wasn't as simple as it sounded. All our digging into her past failed to bring to light one man who could be considered a suitor. She and her brother had been in San Francisco 3 years. We traced them back the length of that period, from apartment to apartment. We questioned everyone we could find who even knew her by sight, and nobody could tell us of a single man who had shown an interest in her besides Gantvort. Nobody, apparently, had ever seen her with any man except Gantvort or her brother. All of which, while not getting us ahead, at least convinced us that we were on the right trail. There must have been, we argued, at least one man in her life in those 3 years besides Gantvort. She wasn't, unless we were very much mistaken, the sort of a woman who would discourage masculine attention. And she was certainly endowed by nature to attract it. And if there was another man, then the very fact that he had been kept so thoroughly under cover strengthened the probability of him having been mixed up in Gantvort's death. We were very unsuccessful in learning where the Dexters had lived before they came to San Francisco, but we weren't so very interested in their earlier life. Of course, it was possible that some old-time lover had come upon the scene again recently, but in that case it should have been easier to find the recent connection than the old one. There was no doubt, our exploration showed, that Gantvort's son had been correct in thinking the Dexters were fortune hunters. All their activities pointed to that, although there seemed to be nothing downright criminal in their pasts. I went up against Creda Dexter again, spending an entire afternoon in her apartment, banging away with question after question, all directed toward her former love affairs. Who had she thrown over for Gantvort and his $1.5 million? And the answer was always nobody, an answer that I didn't choose to believe. We had Creda Dexter shadowed night and day, and it carried us ahead not an inch. Perhaps she suspected that she was being watched. Anyway, she seldom left her apartment, and then only on the most innocent of errands. We had her apartment watched, whether she was in it or not. Nobody visited it. We tapped her telephone, and all our listening in netted us nothing. We had her mail covered, and she didn't receive a single letter, not even an advertisement. Meanwhile, we had learned where the 3 clippings found in the wallet had come from the personal columns of a New York, a Chicago, and a Portland newspaper. The one in the Portland paper had appeared 2 days before the murder, the Chicago one 4 days before, and the New York one 5 days before. All 3 of these papers would have been on the San Francisco newsstands the day of the murder, ready to be purchased and cut out by anyone who was looking for material to confuse detectives with. The agency's Paris correspondent had found no less than 6 Émile Bonfils, all bloomers, so far as our job was concerned, and had a line on 3 more. But Ogar and I weren't worrying over Emil Bonefil anymore. That angle was dead and buried. We were plugging away at our new task, the finding of Gauntvort's rival. Thus the days passed, and thus the matter stood when Madden Dexter was due to arrive home from New York. Our New York branch had kept an eye on him until he left that city and had advised us of his departure, so I knew what train he was coming on. I wanted to put a few questions to him before his sister saw him. He could tell me what I wanted to know, and might be willing to if I could get him to before his sister had an opportunity to shut him up. If I had known him by sight, I could have picked him up when he left his train at Oakland, but I didn't know him, and I didn't want to carry Charles Gauntwort or anyone else along with me to pick him out for me. So I went up to Sacramento that morning and boarded his train there. I put my card in an envelope and gave it to a messenger boy in the station. Then I followed the boy through the train while he called out, "Mr. Dexter! Mr. Dexter!" In the last car, the observation club car, a slender, dark-haired man in well-made tweeds turned from watching the station platform through a window and held his hand out to the boy. I studied him while he nervously tore open the envelope and read my card. His chin trembled slightly just now, emphasizing the weakness of a face that couldn't have been strong at its best. Between 25 and 30 I placed him, with his hair parted in the middle and slicked down, large, too expressive brown eyes, small, well-shaped nose, neat brown mustache, very red, soft lips. That type. I dropped into the vacant chair beside him when he looked up from the card. "You are Mr. Dexter?" "Yes," he said. "I suppose it's about Mr. Gauntvort's death that you want to see me." "Uh-huh. I wanted to ask you a few questions. And since I happen to be in Sacramento, I thought that by riding back on the train with you, I could ask them without taking up too much of your time." "If there's anything I can tell you," he assured me, "I'd be only too glad to do it. But I told the New York detectives all I knew, and they didn't seem to find it of much value." "Well, the situation has changed some since you left New York." I watched his face closely as I spoke. "What we thought of no value then may be just what we want now." I paused while he moistened his lips and avoided my eyes. He may not know anything, I thought, but he's certainly jumpy. I let him wait a few minutes while I pretended deep thoughtfulness. If I played him right, I was confident I could turn him inside out. He didn't seem to be made of very tough material. We were sitting with our heads close together so that 4 or 5 other passengers in the car wouldn't overhear our talk. And that position was in my favor. One of the things that every detective knows, that it's often easy to get information, even a confession, out of a feeble nature simply by putting your face close to his and talking in a loud tone. I couldn't talk loud here, but the closeness of our faces was by itself an advantage. "Of the men with whom your sister was acquainted," I came out with at last, "who, outside of Mr. Gauntfort, was the most attentive?" He swallowed audibly, looked out of the window, fleetingly at me, and then out of the window again. "Really, I couldn't say." "All right. Let's get at it this way. Suppose we check off one by one all the men who were interested in her and in whom she was interested." He continued to stare out the window. "Who's first?" I pressed him. His gaze flickered around to meet mine for a second with a sort of timid desperation in his eyes. "I know it sounds foolish, but I, her brother, couldn't give you the name of even one man in whom Creda was interested before she met Gauntfort. She never, so far as I know, had the slightest feeling for any man before she met him. Of course, it is possible that there may have been someone that I didn't know anything about, but—" It did sound foolish, right enough. The Creda Dexter I had talked to, a sleek kitten as Ogar had put it, didn't impress me as being at all likely to go very long without having at least one man in tow. This pretty little guy in front of me was lying. There couldn't be any other explanation. I went at him tooth and nail. But when he reached Oakland early that night, he was still sticking to his original statement that Gauntfort was the only one of his sister's suitors that he knew anything about, and I knew that I had blundered, had underrated Madden Dexter, had played my hand wrong in trying to shake him down too quickly, in driving too directly at the point I was interested in. He was either a lot stronger than I had figured him, or his interest in concealing Gauntvort's murderer was much greater than I had thought it would be. But I had this much. If Dexter was lying, and there couldn't be much doubt of that, then Gantvort had had a rival, and Madden Dexter believed or knew that this rival had killed Gantvort. When we left the train at Oakland, I knew I was licked, that he wasn't going to tell me what I wanted to know. Not this night, anyway. But I clung to him, stuck to his side when we boarded the ferry for San Francisco, in spite of the obviousness of his desire to get away from me. There's always a chance of something unexpected happening, so I continued to ply him with questions as our boat left the slip. Presently a man came toward where we were sitting, a big burly man in a light overcoat, carrying a black bag. "Hello, Madden," he greeted my companion, striding over to him with outstretched hand. "Just got in and was trying to remember your phone number," he said, setting down his bag as they shook hands warmly. Madden Dexter turned to me. "I want you to meet Mr. Smith," he told me, and then gave my name to the big man, adding, "He's with the Continental Detective Agency here." That tag, clearly a warning for Smith's benefit, brought me to my feet, all watchfulness. But the ferry was crowded. 100 persons were within sight of us, all around us. I relaxed, smiled pleasantly, and shook hands with Smith. Whoever Smith was, and whatever connection he might have with the murder, and if he hadn't any, why should Dexter have been in such a hurry to tip him off to my identity? He couldn't do anything here. The crowd around us was all to my advantage. That was my second mistake of the day. Smith's left hand had gone into his overcoat pocket, or rather, through one of those vertical slits that certain styles of overcoats have so that inside pockets may be reached without unbuttoning the overcoat. His hand had gone through that slit, and his coat had fallen away far enough for me to see a snub-nosed automatic in his hand, shielded from everyone's sight but mine, pointed at my waistline. "Shall we go on deck?" Smith asked, and it was an order. I hesitated. I didn't like to leave all these people who were so blindly standing and sitting around us. But Smith's face wasn't the face of a cautious man. He had the look of one who might easily disregard the presence of 100 witnesses. I turned around and walked through the crowd. His right hand lay familiarly on my shoulder as he walked behind me. His left hand held his gun under the overcoat against my spine. The deck was deserted. A heavy fog, wet as rain, the fog of San Francisco Bay's winter nights, lay over boat and water, and had driven everyone else inside. It hung about us, thick and impenetrable. I couldn't see so far as the end of the boat, in spite of the lights glowing overhead. I stopped. Smith prodded me in the back. "Farther away, where we can talk," he rumbled in my ear. I went on until I reached the rail. The entire back of my head burned with sudden fire. Tiny points of light glittered in the blackness before me, grew larger, came rushing toward me. 6. Those damned horns. Semi-conscious, I found myself mechanically keeping afloat somehow and trying to get out of my overcoat. The back of my head throbbed devilishly. My eyes burned. I felt heavy and logged, as if I had swallowed gallons of water. The fog hung low and thick on the water. There was nothing else to be seen anywhere. By the time I had freed myself of the encumbering overcoat, my head had cleared somewhat, but with returning consciousness came increased pain. A light glimmered mistily off to my left and then vanished. From out of the misty blanket, from every direction, in a dozen different keys, from near and far, foghorns sounded. I stopped swimming and floated on my back, trying to determine my whereabouts. After a while, I picked out the moaning, evenly spaced blasts of the Alcatraz siren. But they told me nothing. They came to me out of the fog without direction, seeming to beat down upon me from straight above. I was somewhere in San Francisco Bay, and that was all I knew, though I suspected the current was sweeping me out toward the Golden Gate. A little while passed, and I knew that I had left the path of the Oakland ferries. No boat had passed close to me for some time. I was glad to be out of that track. In this fog, a boat was more likely to run me down than to pick me up. The water was chilling me, so I turned over and began swimming just vigorously enough to keep my blood circulating while I saved my strength until I had a definite goal to try for. A horn began to repeat its roaring note nearer and nearer, and presently the light of the boat upon which it was fixed came into sight. One of the Sausalito ferries, I thought. It came quite close to me, and I hallooed until I was breathless and my throat was raw, but the boat's siren, crying its warning, drowned my shouts. The boat went on, and the fog closed in behind it. The current was stronger now, and my attempts to attract the attention of the Sausalito ferry had left me weaker. I floated, letting the water sweep me where it would, resting. Another light appeared ahead of me suddenly, hung there for an instant, disappeared. I began to yell and worked my arms and legs madly, trying to drive myself through the water to where it had been. I never saw it again. Weariness settled upon me and a sense of futility. The water was no longer cold. I was warm with a comfortable, soothing numbness. My head stopped throbbing. There was no feeling at all in it now, no lights now, but the sound of foghorns, foghorns ahead of me, behind me, to either side, annoying me, irritating me. But for the moaning horns, I would have ceased all effort. They had become the only disagreeable detail of my situation. The water was pleasant. Fatigue was pleasant. But the horns tormented me. I cursed them petulantly and decided to swim until I could no longer hear them, and then, in the quiet of the friendly fog, go to sleep. Now and then I would doze, to be goaded into wakefulness by the wailing voice of a siren. Those damned horns, I complained aloud, again and again. One of them, I found presently, was bearing down upon me from behind, growing louder and stronger. I turned and waited. Lights, dim and streaming, came into view. With exaggerated caution to avoid making the least splash, I swam off to one side. When this nuisance was past, I could go to sleep. I sniggered softly to myself as the lights grew abreast, feeling a foolish triumph in my cleverness in eluding the boat. Those damned horns! Life, the hunger for life, all at once surged back into my being. I screamed at the passing boat, and with every iota of my being struggled toward it. Between strokes, I tilted up my head and screamed. 7. You have a lot of fun, don't you? When I returned to consciousness for the second time that evening, I was lying on my back on a baggage truck which was moving. Men and women were crowding around, walking beside the truck, staring at me with curious eyes. I sat up. "Where are we?" I asked. A little red-faced man in uniform answered my question.
"Just landing in Sausalito. Lay still. We'll take you over to the hospital."
I looked around. "How long before this boat goes back to San Francisco?"
"Leaves right away."
I slid off the truck and started back toward the boat. "I'm going with it," I said. Half an hour later, shivering and shaking in my wet clothes, keeping my mouth clamped tight so that my teeth wouldn't sound like a dice game, I climbed into a taxi at the ferry building and went to my flat. There I swallowed half a pint of whiskey, rubbed myself with a coarse towel until my skin was sore, and except for an enormous weariness and a worse headache, I felt almost human again. I reached Ogar by phone, asking him to come up to my flat right away, and then called up Charles Gauntfort. "Have you seen Madden Dexter yet?" I asked him.
"No, but I talked to him over the phone. He called me up as soon as he got in. I asked him to meet me in Mr. Abernathy's office in the morning so we could go over that business he transacted for Father."
"Can you call him up now and tell him that you have been called out of town, will have to leave early in the morning, and that you'd like to run over to his apartment and see him tonight?"
"Why, yes, if you wish."
"Good. Do that. I'll call for you in a little while and go over to see him with you."
"What is—"
"I'll tell you about it when I see you." I cut him off. Ogar arrived as I was finishing dressing.
"So he told you something?"
he asked, knowing of my plan to meet Dexter on the train and question him. "Yes," I said with sour sarcasm, "but I came near forgetting what it was. I grilled him all the way from Sacramento to Oakland and couldn't get a whisper out of him. On the ferry coming over, he introduces me to a man he calls Mr. Smith, and he tells Mr. Smith that I'm a gumshoe. This, mind you, all happens in the middle of a crowded ferry. Mr. Smith puts a gun in my belly, marches me out on deck, raps me across the back of the head, and dumps me into the bay." "You have a lot of fun, don't you?" Ogar grinned, and then wrinkled his forehead. "Looks like Smith would be the man we want, then, the buddy who turned the Gauntfort trick."
But what the hell did he want to give himself away by chucking you overboard for?
Too hard for me, I confessed, while trying to find which of my hats and caps would sit least heavily upon my bruised head. Dexter knew I was hunting for one of his sister's former lovers, of course, and he must have thought I knew a lot more than I do, or he wouldn't have made that raw play, tipping my mitt to Smith right in front of me. It may be that after Dexter lost his head and made that break on the ferry, Smith figured out I'd be on to him soon, if not right away, and so he'd take a desperate chance on putting me out of the way. But we'll know all about it in a little while, I said as we went down to the waiting taxi and set out for Gontvort's.
You ain't counting on Smith being in sight, are you? The detective sergeant asked.
No. He'll be holed up somewhere until he sees how things are going. But Madden Dexter will have to be out in the open to protect himself. He has an alibi, so he's in the clear so far as the actual killing is concerned. And with me supposed to be dead, the more he stays in the open, the safer he is. But it's a cinch he knows what this is all about, though he wasn't necessarily involved in it. As near as I could see, he didn't go out on the deck with Smith and me tonight. Anyway, he'll be home. And this time, he's going to talk. He's going to tell us his little story. Charles Gontvort was standing on his front steps when we reached his house. He climbed into our taxi, and we headed for the Dexter's apartment. We didn't have time to answer any of the questions that Gontvort was firing at us with every turning of the wheels. "He's home and expecting you?" I asked him. "Yes." Then we left the taxi and went into the apartment building.
"Mr. Gontvort to see Mr. Dexter," he told the Philippine boy at the switchboard. The boy spoke into the phone. "Go right up," he told us. At the Dexter's door, I stepped past Gontvort and pressed the button. Creda Dexter opened the door. Her amber eyes widened and her smile faded as I stepped past her into the apartment. I walked swiftly down the little hallway and turned into the first room through whose open door a light showed, and came face to face with Smith. We were both surprised, but his astonishment was a lot more profound than mine. Neither of us had expected to see the other, but I had known he was still alive, while he had every reason for thinking me at the bottom of the bay. I took advantage of his greater bewilderment to the extent of 2 steps toward him before he went into action. One of his hands swept down. I threw my right fist at his face, threw it with every ounce of my 180 pounds behind it, reinforced by the memory of every second I had spent in the water and every throb of my battered head. His hand, already darting down for his pistol, came back up too late to fend off my punch. Something clicked in my hand as it smashed into his face, and my hand went numb. But he went down and lay where he fell. I jumped across his body to a door on the opposite side of the room, pulling my gun loose with my left hand. "Dexter's somewhere around," I called over my shoulder to Ogar, who with Gontvort and Creda was coming through the door by which I had entered. "Keep your eyes open." I dashed through the 4 other rooms of the apartment, pulling closet doors open, looking everywhere, and I found nobody. Then I returned to where Creda Dexter was trying to revive Smith with the assistance of Ogar and Gontvort. The detective sergeant looked over his shoulder at me. "Who do you think this joker is?" he asked. "My friend, Mr. Smith. Gontvort says he's Madden Dexter." I looked at Charles Gontvort, who nodded his head. "This is Madden Dexter," he said. 8. I hope you swing. We worked upon Dexter for nearly 10 minutes before he opened his eyes. As soon as he sat up, we began to shoot questions and accusations at him, hoping to get a confession out of him before he recovered from his shakiness. But he wasn't that shaky. All we could get out of him was, "Take me in if you want to. If I've got anything to say, I'll say it to my lawyer, and to no one else." Creda Dexter, who had stepped back after her brother came to and was standing a little way off, watching us, suddenly came forward and caught me by the arm. "What have you got on him?" she demanded imperatively. "I wouldn't want to say," I countered. "But I don't mind telling you this much. We're going to give him a chance in a nice modern courtroom to prove that he didn't kill Leopold Gontvort." "He was in New York." "He was not. He had a friend who went to New York as Madden Dexter and looked after Gontvort's business under that name. But if this is the real Madden Dexter, then the closest he got to New York was when he met his friend on the ferry to get from him the papers connected with a BF&F Iron Corporation transaction, and learned that I had stumbled upon the truth about his alibi, even if I didn't know it myself at the time." She jerked around to face her brother. "Is that on the level?"
she asked him. He sneered at her, went on feeling with the fingers of one hand the spot on his jaw where my fist had landed. "I'll say all I've got to say to my lawyer," he repeated. "You will?" she shot back at him. "Well, I'll say what I've got to say right now." She flung around to face me again. "Madden is not my brother at all. My name is Ives. Madden and I met in St. Louis about 4 years ago, drifted around together for a year or so, and then came to Frisco. He was a con man, still is. He made Mr. Godfort's acquaintance 6 or 7 months ago, and was getting him all ribbed up to unload a fake invention on him. He brought him here a couple of times and introduced me to him as his sister. We usually posed as brother and sister. Then, after Mr. Godfort had been here a couple of times, Madden decided to change his game. He thought Mr. Godfort liked me, and that we could get more money out of him by working a fancy sort of badger game on him. I was to lead the old man on until I had him wrapped around my finger, until we had him tied up so tight he couldn't get away, had something on him, something good and strong. Then we were going to shake him down for plenty of money. Everything went along fine for a while. He fell for me, fell hard. And finally he asked me to marry him. We had never figured on that. Blackmail was our game. But when he asked me to marry him, I tried to call Madden off. I admit the old man's money had something to do with it, influenced me, but I had come to like him a little for himself. He was mighty fine in lots of ways, nicer than anybody I'd ever known. So I told Madden all about it and suggested that we drop the other plan and that I marry Godfort. I promised to see that Madden was kept supplied with money. I knew I could get whatever I wanted from Mr. Godfort, and I was on the level with Madden. I liked Mr. Godfort, but Madden had found him and brought him around to me, and so I wasn't going to run out on Madden. I was willing to do all I could for him. But Madden wouldn't hear of it. He'd have got more money in the long run by doing as I suggested, but he wanted his little handful right away, and to make him more unreasonable, he got one of his jealous streaks. He beat me one night. That settled it. I made up my mind to ditch him. I told Mr. Godfort that my brother was bitterly opposed to our marrying, and he could see that Madden was carrying a grouch. So he arranged to send Madden east on that steel business to get him out of the way until we were off on our wedding trip. And we thought Madden was completely deceived. But I should have known that he would see through our scheme. We planned to be gone about a year, and by that time I thought Madden would have forgotten me, or I'd be fixed to handle him if he tried to make any trouble. As soon as I heard that Mr. Godfort had been killed, I had a hunch that Madden had done it. But then it seemed like a certainty that he was in New York the next day, and I thought I'd done him an injustice, and I was glad he was out of it. But now, she whirled around to her erstwhile confederate, "Now I hope you swing, you big sap." She spun around to me again. No sleek kitten this, but a furious spitting cat, with claws and teeth bared. "What kind of looking fellow was the one who went to New York for him?" I described the man I had talked to on the train. "Even Felter," she said after a moment of thought. "He used to work with Madden. You'll probably find him hiding in Los Angeles. Put the screws on him, and he'll spill all he knows. He's a weak sister. The chances are he didn't know what Madden's game was until it was all over." "How do you like that?" She spat at Madden Dexter. "How do you like that for a starter? You messed up my little party, did you? Well, I'm going to spend every minute of my time from now until they pop you off, helping them pop you." And she did, too. With her assistance, it was no trick at all to gather up the rest of the evidence we needed to hang him. And I don't believe her enjoyment of her $750,000 is spoiled a bit by any qualms over what she did to Madden. She's a very respectable woman now, and glad to be free of the con man. End of the 10th Clew. Section 2 of The 10th Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Night Shots. The house was of red brick, large and square, with a green slate roof whose wide overhang gave the building an appearance of being too squat for its 2 stories, and it stood on a grassy hill well away from the country road upon which it turned its back to look down on the McCollummy River. The Ford that I had hired to bring me out from Nonnberg carried me into the grounds through a high steel-meshed gate, following the circling gravel drive, and set me down within a foot of the screened porch that ran all the way around the house's first floor. "There's Exxon's son-in-law now," the driver told me as he pocketed the bill I had given him and prepared to drive away. I turned to see a tall, loose-jointed man of 30 or so coming across the porch toward me, a carelessly dressed man with a mop of rumpled brown hair over a handsome, sunburned face. There was a hint of cruelty in the lips that were smiling lazily just now, and more than a hint of recklessness in his narrow gray eyes. "Mr. Galloway?" I asked as he came down the steps. "Yes." His voice was a drawling baritone. "You are—" "From the Continental Detective Agency's San Francisco branch," I finished for him. He nodded and held the screen door open for me. "Just leave your bag there. I'll have it taken up to your room." He guided me into the house, and, after I had assured him that I had already eaten luncheon, gave me a soft chair and an excellent cigar. He sprawled on his spine in an armchair opposite me, all loose-jointed angles sticking out of it in every direction, and blue smoke at the ceiling. "First off," he began presently, his words coming out languidly, "I may as well tell you that I don't expect very much in the way of results. I sent for you more for the soothing effect of your presence on the household than because I expect you to do anything. I don't believe there's anything to do. However, I'm not a detective. I may be wrong. You may find out all sorts of more or less important things. If you do, fine. But I don't insist upon it." I didn't say anything, although this beginning wasn't much to my taste. He smoked in silence for a moment and then went on. "My father-in-law, Talbot Exxon, is a man of 57, and ordinarily a tough, hard, active, and fiery old devil. But just now he's recovering from a rather serious attack of pneumonia, which has taken most of the starch out of him. He hasn't been able to leave his bed yet, and Dr. Wrench hopes to keep him on his back for at least another week. The old man has a room on the second floor, the front right-hand corner room, just over where we are sitting. His nurse, Miss Kaywood, occupies the next room, and there is a connecting door between. My room is on the other front one, just across the hall from the old man's, and my wife's bedroom is next to mine, across the hall from the nurse's. I'll show you around later. I just want to make the situation clear. Last night, or rather this morning, at about 1:30, somebody shot at Exxon while he was sleeping, and missed. The bullet went into the frame of the door that leads to the nurse's room, about 6 inches above his body as he lay in bed. The course the bullet took in the woodwork would indicate that it had been fired from one of the windows, either through it or from just inside. Exxon woke up, of course, but he saw nobody. The rest of us, my wife, Miss Kaywood, the Figs, and myself, were also awakened by the shot. We all rushed into his room, and we saw nothing either. There's no doubt that whoever fired it left by the window. Otherwise, some of us would have seen him. We came from every other direction. However, we found nobody on the grounds, and no traces of anybody. Who are the Figs? And who else is there on the place besides you and your wife, Mr. Exxon, and his nurse?" "The Figs are Adam and Emma. She is the housekeeper, and he is a sort of handyman around the place. Their room is in the extreme rear, on the second floor. Besides them, there is Gong Lim, the cook, who sleeps in a little room near the kitchen, and the 3 farmhands. Jonatara and Felipe Fadalia are Italians, and have been here for more than 2 years. Jesus Meza, a Mexican, has been here a year or longer. The farmhands sleep in a little house near the barns. I think, if my opinion is of any value, that none of these people had anything to do with the shooting. Did you dig the bullet out of the door frame?" "Yes. Shand, the deputy sheriff at Nurnberg, dug it out. He says it is a .38 caliber bullet." "Any guns of that caliber in the house?" "No. A .22 and my .44, which I keep in the car, are the only pistols on the place. Then there are 2 shotguns and a .30-30 rifle. Shand made a thorough search and found nothing else in the way of firearms." What does Mr. Exon say?" "Not much of anything, except that if we'll put a gun in bed with him, he'll manage to take care of himself without bothering any policemen or detectives. I don't know whether he knows who shot at him or not. He's a close-mouthed old devil. From what I know of him, I imagine there are quite a few men who would think themselves justified in killing him. He was, I understand, far from being a lily in his youth, or in his mature years either, for that matter. Anything definite you know, or are you guessing?" Galloway grinned at me, a mocking grin that I was to see often before I was through with this Exxon affair. "Both," he drawled. "I know that his life has been rather more than sprinkled with swindled partners and betrayed friends, and that he saved himself from prison at least once by turning state's evidence and sending his associates there. And I know that his wife died under rather peculiar circumstances while heavily insured, and that he was for some time held on suspicion of having murdered her, but was finally released because of a lack of evidence against him. Those, I understand, are fair samples of the old boy's normal behavior, so there may be any number of people gunning for him. Suppose you give me a list of all the names you know of enemies he's made, and I'll have them checked up. The names I could give you would be only a few of many, and it might take you months to check up those few. It isn't my intention to go to all that trouble and expense. As I told you, I'm not insisting upon results. My wife is very nervous, and for some peculiar reason she seems to like the old man. So to soothe her, I agreed to employ a private detective when she asked me to. My idea is that you hang around for a couple of days until things quiet down and she feels safe again. Meanwhile, if you should stumble upon anything, go to it. If you don't, well and good." My face must have shown something of what I was thinking, for his eyes twinkled and he chuckled. "Don't, please," he drawled, "get the idea that you aren't to find my father-in-law's would-be assassin if you wish to. You're to have a free hand. Go as far as you like, except that I want you to be around the place as much as possible, so my wife will see you and feel that we are being adequately protected. Beyond that, I don't care what you do. You can apprehend criminals by the carload. As you may have gathered by now, I'm not exactly in love with my wife's father, and he is no more fond of me. To be frank, if hating were such an effort, I think I should hate the old devil. But if you want to, and can, catch the man who shot at him. I'd be glad to have you do it. But, all right, I said, I don't like this job much, but since I'm up here, I'll take it on. But remember, I'm trying all the time. Sincerity and earnestness," he showed his teeth in a sardonic smile as we got to our feet, "are very praiseworthy traits." "So I hear," I growled shortly. "Now let's take a look at Mr. Exon's room." Galloway's wife and the nurse were with the invalid, but I examined the room before I asked the occupants any questions. It was a large room, with 3 wide windows opening over the porch, and 2 doors, one of which gave to the hall and the other to the adjoining room occupied by the nurse. This door stood open, with a green Japanese screen across it, and, I was told, was left that way at night, so that the nurse could hear readily if her patient was restless or if he wanted attention. A man standing on the slate roof of the porch, I found, could not have easily leaned across one of the window-sills, if he did not care to step over it into the room, and fire at the man in his bed. To get to the ground from the porch roof would have required but little effort, and the descent would be still easier. He could slide down the roof, let himself go feet first over the edge, checking his speed with hands and arms spread out on the slate, and drop down to the gravel drive. No trick at all, either coming or going. The windows were unscreened. The sick man's bed stood just beside the connecting doorway between his room and the nurse's, which, when he was lying down, placed him between the doorway and the window from which the shot had been fired. Outside, within long rifle range, there was no building, tree, or eminence of any character from which the bullet that had been dug out of the door-frame could have been fired. I turned from the room to the occupants, questioning the invalid first. He had been a raw-boned man of considerable size in his health, but now he was wasted and stringy and dead white. His face was thin and hollow, small beady eyes crowded together against the thin bridge of his nose. His mouth was a colorless gash above a bony, projecting chin. His statement was a marvel of petulant conciseness. "The shot woke me. I didn't see anything. I don't know anything. I've got a million enemies, most of whose names I can't remember." He jerked this out crossly, turned his face away, closed his eyes, and refused to speak again. Mrs. Galloway and the nurse followed me into the latter's room, where I questioned them. They were of as opposite types as you could find anywhere, and between them there was a certain coolness, an unmistakable hostility, which I was able to account for later in the day. Mrs. Galloway was perhaps 5 years older than her husband, dark, strikingly beautiful in a statuesque way, with a worried look in her dark eyes that was particularly noticeable when those eyes rested on her husband. There was no doubt that she was very much in love with him, and the anxiety that showed in her eyes at times, the pains she took to please him in every slight thing during my stay at the Exon house, convinced me that she struggled always with a fear that she was about to lose him. Mrs. Galloway could add nothing to what her husband had told me. She had been awakened by the shot, had run to her father's room, had seen nothing, knew nothing, suspected nothing. The nurse, Barbara Kaywood was her name, told the same story in almost the same words. She had jumped out of bed when awakened by the shot, pushed the screen away from the connecting doorway, and rushed into the patient's room. She was the first one to arrive there, and she had seen nothing but the old man sitting up in bed, shaking his feeble fists at the window. This Barbara Kaywood was a girl of 21 or 2, and just the sort that a man could pick to help him get well, a girl of little under the average height, with an erect figure wherein slimness and roundness got an even break under the stiff white of her uniform, with soft golden hair above a face that was certainly made to be looked at. But she was businesslike and had an air of efficiency for all her prettiness. From the nurse's room, Galloway led me to the kitchen, where I questioned the Chinese cook. Gong Lim was a sad-faced Oriental whose ever-present smile somehow made him look more gloomy than ever, and he bowed and smiled and yes-yesed me from start to finish and told me nothing. Adam and Emma Figg, thin and stout respectively, and both rheumatic, entertained a wide variety of suspicions, directed at the cook and the farm hands, individually and collectively, flitting momentarily from one to the other. They had nothing upon which to base these suspicions, however, except their firm belief that nearly all crimes of violence were committed by foreigners. The farm hands, 2 smiling, middle-aged and heavily mustached Italians, and a soft-eyed Mexican youth, I found in one of the fields. I talked to them for nearly 2 hours, and I left with a reasonable amount of assurance that none of the 3 had any part in the shooting. Dr. Wrench had just come down from a visit to his patient when Galloway and I returned from the fields. He was a little, wizened old man with mild manners and eyes, and a wonderful growth of hair on head, brows, cheeks, lips, chin, and nostrils. The excitement, he said, had retarded Exon's recovery somewhat, but he did not think the setback would be serious. The invalid's temperature had gone up a little, but he seemed to be improving now. I followed Dr. Wrench out to his car after he left the others for a few questions I wanted to put to him in privacy, but the questions might as well have gone unasked for all the good they did me. He could tell me nothing of any value. The nurse, Barbara Kaywood, had been secured, he said, from San Francisco through the usual channels, which made it seem unlikely that she had worked her way into the Exon house for any hidden purpose which might have some connection with the attempt upon Exon's life. Returning from my talk with the doctor, I came upon Hilary Galloway and the nurse in the hall near the foot of the stairs. His arm was resting lightly across her shoulders, and he was smiling down at her. Just as I came through the door, she twisted away so that his arm slid off, laughed elfishly up into his face, and went on up the stairs. I did not know whether she had seen me approaching before she eluded the encircling arm or not, nor did I know how long the arm had been there, and both of these questions would make a difference in how their positions were to be construed. Hilary Galloway was certainly not a man to allow a girl as pretty as the nurse to lack attention, and he was just as certainly attractive enough in himself to make his advances not too unflattering. Nor did Barbara Kaywood impress me as being a girl who would dislike his admiration. But at that, it was more than likely that there was nothing very serious between them, nothing more than a playful sort of flirtation. But no matter what the situation might be in that quarter, it didn't have any direct bearing upon the shooting, none that I could see anyway. But I understood now the strained relations between the nurse and Galloway's wife. Galloway was grinning quizzically at me while I was chasing these thoughts around in my head. "Nobody's safe with a detective around," he complained. I grinned back at him. That was the only sort of answer you could give this bird. After dinner, Galloway drove me to Nurnberg in his roadster and set me down on the doorstep of the deputy sheriff's house. He offered to drive me back to the Exxon house when I had finished my investigations in town, but I did not know how long those investigations would take, so I told him I would hire a car when I was ready to return. Shand, the deputy sheriff, was a big, slow-spoken, slow-thinking, blond man of 30 or so, just the type best fitted for a deputy sheriff job in a San Joaquin County town. "I went out to Exxon's as soon as Galloway called me up," he said. "About 4:30 in the morning, I reckon it was, when I got there. I didn't find nothing. There weren't no marks on the porch roof, but that don't mean nothing. I tried climbing up and down it myself, and I didn't leave no marks neither. The ground around the house is too firm for footprints to be followed. I found a few, but they didn't lead nowhere. And everybody had run all over the place before I got there, so I couldn't tell who they belonged to. Far as I can learn, there ain't been no suspicious characters in the neighborhood lately. The only folks around here who have got any grudge against the old man are the Deemeses. Exxon beat 'em in a lawsuit a couple of years back. But all of them, the father and both the boys, were at home when the shooting was done." "How long has Exxon been living here?" "4 or 5 years, I reckon." "Nothing at all to work on, then?" "Nothing I know about." "What do you know about the Exxon family?" I asked. Shand scratched his head thoughtfully and frowned. "I reckon it's Hilary Galloway you're meaning," he said slowly. "I thought of that. The Galloways showed up here a couple of years after her father had bought the place, and Hilary seems to spend most of his evenings up in Addie's back room, teaching the boys how to play poker. I hear he's fitted to teach 'em a lot. I don't know myself. Addie runs a quiet game, so I leave 'em alone. But naturally, I don't ever set in myself. Outside of being a card hound and drinking pretty heavy and making a lot of trips to the city where he's supposed to have a girl on the string, I don't know nothing much about Hilary. But it's no secret that him and the old man don't hit it off together very well. And then Hilary's room is just across the hall from Exxon's, and their windows open out on the porch roof just a little apart. But I don't know." Shand confirmed what Galloway had told me about the bullet being .38 caliber, about the absence of any pistol of that caliber on the premises, and about the lack of any reason for suspecting the farmhands or servants. I put in the next couple of hours talking to whomever I could find to talk to in Nurnberg, and I learned nothing worth putting down on paper. Then I got a car and driver from the garage and was driven out to Exxon's. Galloway had not yet returned from town. His wife and Barbara Kaywood were just about to sit down to a light dinner before retiring, so I joined them. Exxon, the nurse said, was asleep and had spent a quiet evening. We talked for a while, until about 12:30, and then went to our rooms. My room was next to the nurse's, on the same side of the hall that divided the second story in half. I sat down and wrote my report for the day, smoked a cigar, and then, the house being quiet by this time, put a gun and a flashlight in my pockets, went downstairs and out the kitchen door. The moon was just coming up, lighting the grounds vaguely, except for the shadows cast by house, outbuildings, and the several clumps of shrubbery. Keeping in those shadows as much as possible, I explored the grounds, finding everything as it should be. The lack of any evidence to the contrary pointed to last night's shot having been fired either accidentally or in fright at some fancied move of Exxon's by a burglar who had been entering the sick man's room through a window. If that were so, then there wasn't one chance in 1,000 of anything happening tonight, but I felt restless and ill at ease nevertheless. Galloway's roadster was not in the garage. He had not returned from Nurnberg. Beneath the farmhand's window, I paused until snores in 3 distinct keys told me that they were all safely abed. After an hour of this snooping around, I returned to the house. The luminous dial of my watch registered 2:35 as I stopped outside the Chinese cook's door to listen to his regular breathing. Upstairs, I paused at the door of the Figs' room until my ear told me that they were sleeping. At Mrs. Galloway's door, I had to wait several minutes before she sighed and turned in bed. Barbara Kaywood was breathing deeply and strongly, with the regularity of a young animal whose sleep is without disturbing dreams. The invalid's breath came to me with the evenness of slumber and the rasping of the pneumonia convalescent. The listening tour completed, I returned to my room. Still feeling wide awake and restless, I pulled a chair up to a window and sat looking at the moonlight on the river, which twisted just below the house so as to be visible from this side, smoking another cigar and turning things over in my mind to no great advantage. Outside there was no sound. Suddenly down the hall came the heavy explosion of a gun being fired indoors. I threw myself across the room out into the hall. A woman's voice filled the house with its shriek, high, frenzied. Barbara Kaywood's door was unlocked when I reached it. I slammed it open. By the light of the moonbeams that slanted past her window, I saw her sitting upright in the center of her bed. She wasn't beautiful now. Her face was twisted with terror. The scream was just dying in her throat. All this I got in the flash of time that it took me to put a running foot across her sill. Then another shot crashed out in Exxon's room. The girl's face jerked up so abruptly that it seemed her neck must snap. She clutched both hands to her breast and fell face down among the bedclothes. I don't know whether I went through, over, or around that screen that stood in the connecting doorway. I was circling Exxon's bed. He lay on the floor on his side, facing a window. I jumped over him, leaned out the window. In the yard that was bright now under the moon, nothing moved. There was no sound of flight. Presently, while my eyes still searched the surrounding country, the farmhands in their underwear came running barefoot from the direction of their quarters. I called down to them, stationing them at points of vantage. Meanwhile, behind me, Gong Lim and Adam Fig had put Exxon back in his bed, while Mrs. Galloway and Emma Fig tried to check the blood that spurted from a hole in Barbara Kaywood's side. I sent Adam Fig to the telephone to wake the doctor and the deputy sheriff, and then I hurried down to the grounds. Stepping out of the door, I came face to face with Hilary Galloway, coming from the direction of the garage. His face was flushed, and his breath was eloquent of the refreshments that had accompanied the game in Addie's back room. But his step was steady enough, and his smile was lazy as ever. "What's the excitement?" he asked. "Same as last night. Meet anybody on the road, or see anybody leaving here?" "No." "All right. Get in that bus of yours and burn up the road in the other direction. Stop anybody you meet going away from here or who looks wrong. Got a gun?" He spun on his heel with nothing of indolence. "One in my car," he called as he broke into a run. The farmhands still at their posts, I combed the grounds from east to west and from north to south. I realized that I was spoiling my chance of finding footprints when it would be light enough to see them, but I was banking on the man I wanted still being close at hand. And then Shand had told me that the ground was unfavorable for tracing prints anyway. On the gravel drive in front of the house, I found the pistol from which the shots had been fired, a cheap .38 caliber revolver, slightly rusty, smelling freshly of burned powder, with 3 empty shells and 3 that had not been fired in it. Besides that, I found nothing. The murderer, from what I've seen of the hole in the girl's side, I called him that, had vanished. Shand and Dr. Wrench arrived together just as I was finishing my fruitless search. A little later, Hilary Galloway came back, empty-handed. Breakfast that morning was a melancholy meal, except to Hilary Galloway. He refrained from jesting openly about the night's excitement, but his eyes twinkled whenever they met mine, and I knew he thought it was a tremendously good joke for the shooting to have taken place right under my nose. During his wife's presence at the table, however, he was almost grave, as if not to offend her. Mrs. Galloway left the table shortly, and Dr. Wrench joined us. He said that both of his patients were in as good shape as could be expected, and he thought both would recover. The bullet had barely grazed the girl's ribs and breastbone, going through the flesh and muscles of her chest, in on the right side and out again on the left. Except for the shock and loss of blood, she was not in danger, although unconscious. Exxon was sleeping, the doctor said, so Shand and I crept up into his room to examine it. The first bullet had gone into the door frame, about 4 inches above the one that had been fired the night before. The second bullet had pierced the Japanese screen, and after passing through the girl, had lodged in the plaster of the wall. We dug out both bullets. They were of .38 caliber. Both had apparently been fired from the vicinity of one of the windows, either just inside or just outside. Shand and I grilled the Chinese cook, the farm hands, and the Figs unmercifully that day, but they came through it all standing up. There was nothing to fix the shooting on any of them. And all day long that damned Hilary Galloway followed me from pillar to post, with a mocking glint in his eyes that said, plainer than words, "I am the logical suspect. Why don't you put me through your little 3rd degree?" But I grinned back and asked him nothing. Shand had to go to town that afternoon. He called me up on the telephone later and told me that Galloway had left Nurnberg early enough that morning to have arrived home fully half an hour before the shooting, if he had driven at his usual fast pace. The day passed too rapidly, and I found myself dreading the coming of night. 2 nights in succession, Exxon's life had been attempted, and now the 3rd night was coming. At dinner, Hilary Galloway announced that he was going to stay home this evening. Nurnberg, he said, was tame in comparison, and he grinned at me. Dr. Wrench left after the meal, saying that he would return as soon as possible, but that he had 2 patients on the other side of town whom he must visit. Barbara Kaywood had returned to consciousness, but had been extremely hysterical, and the doctor had given her an opiate. She was asleep now. Exxon was resting easily, except for a high temperature. I went up to Exxon's room for a few minutes after the meal and tried him out with a gentle question or two, but he refused to answer them, and he was too sick for me to press him. He asked how the girl was. "The doc says she's in no particular danger, just loss of blood and shock. If she doesn't rip off her bandages and bleed to death in one of her hysterical spells, he says, he'll have her on her feet in a couple of weeks." Mrs. Galloway came in then, and I went downstairs again, where I was seized by Galloway, who insisted with bantering gravity that I tell him about some of the mysteries I had solved. He was enjoying my discomfort to the limit. He kidded me for about an hour and had me burning up inside, but I managed to grin back with a fair pretense of indifference. When his wife joined us presently, saying that both of the invalids were sleeping, I made my escape from her tormenting husband, saying that I had some writing to do. But I didn't go to my room. Instead, I crept stealthily into the girl's room, crossed to a clothes press that I had noted earlier in the day, and planted myself in it. By leaving the door open the least fraction of an inch, I could see through the connecting doorway, from which the screen had been removed, across Exxon's bed, and out of the window from which 3 bullets had already come, and the Lord only knew what else might come. Time passed, and I was stiff from standing still, but I had expected that. Twice Mrs. Galloway came up to look at her father and the nurse. Each time I shut my closet door entirely as soon as I heard her tiptoeing steps in the hall. I was hiding from everybody. She had just gone from her second visit, when before I had time to open my door again, I heard a faint rustling and a soft padding on the floor. Not knowing what it was or where it was, I was afraid to push the door open. In my narrow hiding place, I stood still and waited. The padding was recognizable now. Quiet footsteps coming nearer. They passed not far from my clothes-press door. I waited. An almost inaudible rustling, a pause, the softest and faintest of tearing sounds. I came out of the closet, my gun in my hand. Standing over the girl's bed, leaning over her unconscious form, was old Talbot Exxon, his face flushed with fever, his nightshirt hanging limply around his wasted legs. One of his hands still rested upon the bedclothes he had turned down from her body. The other hand held a narrow strip of adhesive tape with which her bandages had been fixed in place and which he had just torn off. He snarled at me, and both his hands went toward the girl's bandages. The crazy, feverish glare of his eyes told me that the threat of the gun in my hand meant nothing to him. I jumped to his side, plucked his hands aside, picked him up in my arms, and carried him, kicking, clawing, and swearing, back to his bed. Then I called the others. Hilary Galloway, Shand, who had come from town again, and I sat over coffee and cigarettes in the kitchen, while the rest of the household helped Dr. Wrench battle for Exxon's life. The old man had gone through enough excitement in the last 3 days to kill a healthy man, let alone a pneumonia convalescent.
But why should the old devil want to kill her? Galloway asked me.
Search me, I confessed, a little testily perhaps. I don't know why he wanted to kill her, but it's a cinch that he did. The gun was found just about where he could have thrown it when he heard me coming. I was in the girl's room when she was shot, and I got to Exxon's window without wasting much time, and I saw nothing. You yourself, driving home from Nürnberg and arriving there right after the shooting, didn't see anybody leave by the road. And I'll take an oath that nobody could have left in any other direction without either one of the farm hands or me seeing them. And then tonight I told Exxon that the girl would recover if she didn't tear off her bandages, which, while true enough, gave him the idea that she had been trying to tear them off, and from that he built up a plan of tearing them off himself, knowing that she had been given an opiate perhaps, and thinking that everybody would believe she had torn them off herself. And he was putting that plan into execution, had torn off one piece of tape when I stopped him. He shot her intentionally, and that's flat. Maybe I couldn't prove it in court without knowing why, but I know he did. But the doc says he'll hardly live to be tried. He killed himself trying to kill the girl.
Maybe you're right, Galloway's mocking grin flashed at me. But you're a hell of a detective. Why didn't you suspect me?
I did, I grinned back, but not enough.
Why not? You may be making a mistake, he drawled. You know my room is just across the hall from his, and I could have left my window, crept across the porch, fired at him, and then run back to my room on that first night. And on the second night, when you were here, you ought to know that I left Nürnberg in plenty of time to have come out here, parked my car down the road a bit, fired those 2 shots, crept around in the shadow of the house, run back to my car, and then come driving innocently up to the garage. You should know also that my reputation isn't any too good, that I'm supposed to be a bad egg. And you do know that I don't like the old man. And for a motive, there's the fact that my wife is Exxon's only heir. I hope, he raised his eyebrows in burlesque pain, that you don't think that I have any moral scruples against a well-placed murder now and then?
I laughed.
I don't. Well, then,
if Exxon had been killed that first night, and I had come up here, you'd be doing your joking behind bars long before this. And if he'd been killed the second night even, I might have grabbed you. But I don't figure you as a man who'd bungle so easy a job, not twice anyway. You wouldn't have missed and then run away, leaving him alive. He shook my hand gravely.
It is comforting to have one's few virtues appreciated.
Before Talbot Exxon died, he sent for me. He wanted to die, he said, with his curiosity appeased, and so we traded information. I told him how I had come to suspect him, and he told me why he had tried to kill Barbara Kaywood. 14 years ago, he had killed his wife, not for the insurance, as he had been suspected of doing, but in a fit of jealousy. However, he had so thoroughly covered up the proofs of his guilt that he had never been brought to trial. But the murder had weighed upon him, to the extent of becoming an obsession. He knew that he would never give himself away consciously. He was too shrewd for that, and he knew that proof of his guilt could never be found. But there was always the chance that sometime in delirium or in his sleep or when drunk he might tell enough to bring him to the gallows. He thought upon this angle too often, until it became a morbid fear that always hounded him. He had given up drinking, that was easy, but there was no way of guarding against the other things. And one of them, he said, had finally happened. He had got pneumonia, and for a week he had been out of his head, and he had talked. Coming out of that week's delirium, he had questioned the nurse. She had given him vague answers, would not tell him what he had talked about, what he had said. And then in unguarded moments he had discovered that her eyes rested upon him with loathing, with intense repulsion. He knew then that he had babbled of his wife's murder, and he set about laying plans for removing the nurse before she repeated what she had heard. For so long as she remained in his house, he counted himself safe. She would not tell strangers, and it might be that for a while she would not tell anyone. Professional ethics would keep her quiet, perhaps, but he could not let her leave his house with her knowledge of his secret. Daily and in secret he had tested his strength until he knew himself strong enough to walk about the room a little and to hold a revolver steady. His bed was fortunately placed for his purpose, directly in line with one of the windows, the connecting door, and the girl's bed. In an old bond box in his closet, and nobody but he had ever seen the things in that box, was a revolver that could not possibly be traced to him. On the first night he had taken this gun out, stepped back from his bed a little, and fired a bullet into the door frame. Then he had jumped back into bed, concealing the gun under the blankets, where none thought to look for it, until he could return it to its box. That was all the preparation he had needed. He had established an attempted murder directed against himself, and he had shown that a bullet fired at him could easily go near and therefore through the connecting doorway. On the second night he had waited until the house had seemed quiet. Then he had peeped through one of the cracks in the Japanese screen at the girl, whom he could see in the reflected light from the moon. He had found, though, that when he stepped back far enough from the screen for it to escape powder marks, he could not see the girl, not while she was lying down. So he had fired first into the door frame near the previous night's bullet to awaken her. She had sat up in bed immediately, screaming, and he had shot her. He had intended firing another shot into her body to make sure of her death, but my approach had made that impossible and had made concealment of the gun impossible, so with what strength he had left, he had thrown the revolver out of the window. He died that afternoon, and I returned to San Francisco. But that was not quite the end of the story. In the ordinary course of business, the agency's bookkeeping department sent Galloway a bill for my services. With the check that he sent by return mail, he enclosed a letter to me, from which I quote a paragraph. "I don't want to let you miss the cream of the whole affair. The lovely Kaywood, when she recovered, denied that Exxon had talked of murder or any other crime during his delirium. The cause of the distaste with which she might have looked at him afterward, and the reason she would not tell him what he had said, was that his entire conversation during that week of delirium had consisted of an uninterrupted stream of obscenities and blasphemies, which seemed to have shocked the girl through and through." End of Night Shots. Section number 3 of the 10th Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1 hour. "This is Mr. Crosthwaite," Vince Richmond said. Crosthwaite, wedged between the arms of one of the attorney's large chairs, grunted what was perhaps meant for an acknowledgment of the introduction. I grunted back at him and found myself a chair. He was a big balloon of a man, this Crosthwaite, in a green plaid suit that didn't make him look any smaller than he was. His tie was a gaudy thing, mostly of yellow, with a big diamond set in the center of it, and there were more stones on his pudgy hands. Spongy fat blurred his features, making it impossible for his round, purplish face to even hold any other expression than the discontented hoggishness that was habitual to it. He reeked of gin. "Mr. Crosthwaite is the Pacific Coast agent for the Mutual Fire Extinguisher Manufacturing Company," Vince Richmond began, as soon as I'd got myself seated. "His office is on Kearny Street, near California. Yesterday, at about 2:45 in the afternoon, he went to his office, leaving his machine, a Hudson touring car, standing in front with the engine running. Then minutes later he came out. The car was gone." I looked at Crosthwaite. He was looking at his fat knees, showing not the least interest in what his attorney was saying. I looked quickly back at Vance Richmond. His clean gray face and lean figure were downright beautiful beside his bloated client. "A man named Newhouse," the lawyer was saying, "who was the proprietor of a printing establishment on California Street, just around the corner from Mr. Crosthwaite's office, was run down and killed by Mr. Crosthwaite's car at the corner of Clay and Kearny Streets 5 minutes after Mr. Crosthwaite had left the car to go to his office. The police found the car shortly afterward, only a block away from the scene of the accident, on Montgomery near Clay. The thing is fairly obvious. Someone stole the car immediately after Mr. Crosthwaite left it, and in driving rapidly away ran down Newhouse, and then in fright abandoned the car. But here is Mr. Crosthwaite's position. 3 nights ago, while driving perhaps a little recklessly out—" "Drunk," Crosswaite said, not looking up from his plaid knees. And though his voice was hoarse, husky, it was the hoarseness of a whiskey-burned throat. There was no emotion in his voice. "While driving perhaps a little recklessly out Van Ness Avenue," Vance Richmond went on, ignoring the interruption, "Mr. Crosswaite knocked a pedestrian down. The man wasn't badly hurt and is being compensated very generously for his injuries, but we are to appear in court next Monday to face a charge of reckless driving, and I am afraid that this accident of yesterday, in which the printer was killed, may hurt us. No one thinks that Mr. Crosswaite was in his car when it killed the printer. We have a world of evidence that he wasn't. But I am afraid that the printer's death may be made a weapon against us when we appear on the Van Ness Avenue charge. Being an attorney, I know just how much capital the prosecuting attorney, if he so chooses, can make out of the really insignificant fact that the same car that knocked down the man on Van Ness Avenue killed another man yesterday. And being an attorney, I know how likely the prosecuting attorney is to so choose. And he can handle it in such a way that we will be given little or no opportunity to tell our side. The worst that can happen, of course, is that instead of the usual fine, Mr. Crosswaite will be sent to the city jail for 30 or 60 days. That is bad enough, however, and that is what we wish to—" Crosswaite spoke again, still regarding his knees. "Damned nuisance," he said. "That is what we wish to avoid," the attorney continued. "We are willing to pay a stiff fine, and expect to, for the accident on Van Ness Avenue was clearly Mr. Crosswaite's fault. But we—" "Drunk as a lord," Crosswaite said. "But we don't want to have this other accident, with which we had nothing to do, given a false weight in connection with the slighter accident. What we want, then, is to find the man or men who stole the car and ran down John Newhouse. If they are apprehended before we go to court, we won't be in danger of suffering for their act. Think you can find them before Monday?" "I'll try," I promised. "Though it isn't—" The human balloon interrupted me by heaving himself to his feet, fumbling with his fat, jeweled fingers for his watch. 3:00, he said. "Got a game of golf for 3:30. He picked up his hat and gloves from the desk. "Find him, will you? Damned nuisance, going to jail." And he waddled out. Chapter 2. From the attorney's office I went down to the Hall of Justice, and after hunting around a few minutes, found a policeman who had arrived at the corner of Clay and Kearny Streets a few seconds after Newhouse had been knocked down. "I was just leaving the hall when I seen a bus scoot around the corner at Clay Street," this patrolman, a big sandy-haired man named Coffey, told me. "Then I see people gathering around, so I went up there and found this John Newhouse stretched out. He was already dead. Half a dozen people had seen him hit, and one of them had got the license number of the car that done it. We found the car standing empty just around the corner on Montgomery Street, pointing north. There was 2 fellows in the car when it hit Newhouse, but nobody saw what they looked like. Nobody was in it when we found it." "In what direction was Newhouse walking?" "North, along Kearny Street, and he was about 3/4 across Clay when he was knocked. The car was coming north on Kearny, too, and turned east on Clay. It mightn't have been all the fault of the fellows in the car. According to them that seen the accident, Newhouse was walking across the street looking at a piece of paper in his hand. I found a piece of foreign money, paper money, in his hand, and I guess that's what he was looking at. The lieutenant tells me it was Dutch money. 100 florin note, he says." "Found out anything about the men in the car?" "Nothing. We lined up everybody we could find in the neighborhood of California and Kearny Streets, where the car was stolen from, and around Clay and Montgomery Streets, where it was left at, but nobody remembered seeing the fellows getting in it or getting out of it. The man that owns the car wasn't driving it. It was stole, all right, I guess. At first I thought maybe there was something shady about the accident. This John Newhouse had a 2 or 3 day old black eye on him. But we run that out and found he had an attack of heart trouble or something a couple of days ago and fell, fetching his eye up against a chair. He'd been home sick for 3 days, just left his house half an hour or so before the accident." "Where'd he live?"
On Sacramento Street, way out. I got his address here, somewhere." He turned over the pages of a grimy memoranda book, and I got the dead man's house number and the names and addresses of the witnesses to the accident that Coffey had questioned. That exhausted the policeman's information, so I left him. Chapter 3. My next play was to canvass the vicinity of where the car had been stolen and where it had been deserted, and then interview the witnesses. The fact that the police had fruitlessly gone over this ground made it unlikely that I would find anything of value, but I couldn't skip these things on that account. 99% of detective work is a patient collecting of details, and your details must be got as nearly first-hand as possible, regardless of who else has worked the territory before you. Before starting on this angle, however, I decided to run around to the dead man's printing establishment, only 3 blocks from the Hall of Justice, and see if any of his employees had heard anything that might help me. Newhouse's establishment occupied the ground floor of a small building on California, between Kearny and Montgomery. A small office was partitioned off in front, with a connecting doorway leading to the press room in the rear. The only occupant of the small office when I came in from the street was a short, stocky, worried-looking blond man of 40 or thereabouts, who sat at the desk in his shirt sleeves, checking off figures in a ledger against others on a batch of papers before him. I introduced myself, telling him that I was a Continental Detective Agency operative, interested in Newhouse's death. He told me his name was Ben Soules, and that he was Newhouse's foreman. We shook hands, and then he waved me to a chair across the desk, pushed back the papers and book upon which he had been working, and scratched his head disgustedly with a pencil in his hand. "This is awful," he said. "What with one thing and another, we're heads over heels in work, and I got to fool with these books that I don't know anything at all about, and—" He broke off to pick up the telephone, which had jingled. "Yes, this is Soules. We're working on 'em now. I'll give 'em to you by Monday noon at the least." I know, but the boss's death set us back. Explain that to Mr. Crosswaite. And I'll promise you that we'll give them to you Monday, sure." Soules slapped the receiver irritably on its hook and looked at me. "You'd think that since it was his own car that killed the boss, he'd have decency enough not to squawk over the delay." "Crosswaite?" "Yes, that was one of his clerks. We're printing some leaflets for him. Promised to have 'em ready yesterday, but between the boss's death and having a couple of new hands to break in, we're behind with everything. I've been here 8 years, and this is the first time we ever fell down on an order. And every damned customer's yelling his head off. If we were like most printers, they'd be used to waiting, but we've been too good to them. But this Crosswaite, you'd think he'd have some decency, seeing that his car killed the boss." I nodded sympathetically, slid a cigar across the desk, and waited until it was burning in Soules' mouth before I asked, "You said something about having a couple new hands to break in. How come?" "Yes. Mr. Newhouse fired 2 of our printers last week, Fincher and Keyes. He found that they belonged to the IWW, so he gave them their time." "Any trouble with them, or anything against them, except they were wobblies?" "No. They were pretty good workers." "Any trouble with them after he fired them?" I asked. "No real trouble, though they were pretty hot. They made red speeches all over the place before they left." "Remember what day that was?" "Wednesday of last week, I think. Yes, Wednesday, because I hired 2 new men on Thursday."
"How many men do you work?"
3 besides myself."
"Was Mr. Newhouse sick very often?"
"Not sick enough to stay away very often, though every now and then his heart would go back on him, and he'd have to stay in bed for a week or 10 days. He wasn't what you'd call real well at any time. He never did anything but the office work. I run the shop."
"When was he taken sick this time?"
"Mrs. Newhouse called up Tuesday morning and said he had another spell and wouldn't be down for a few days. He came in yesterday, which was Thursday, for about 10 minutes in the afternoon, and said he would be back on the job this morning. He was killed just after he left."
"How did he look? Very sick?"
"Not so bad. He never looked well, of course, but I couldn't see much difference from usual yesterday. This last spell hadn't been as bad as most, I reckon. He was usually laid up for a week or more."
"Did he say where he was going when he left?" The reason I ask is that living out on Sacramento Street, he would naturally have taken a car at that street if he'd been going home, whereas he was run down on Clay Street.
"He said he was going up to Portsmouth Square to sit in the sun for half an hour or so. He'd been cooped up indoors for 2 or 3 days, he said, and he wanted some sunshine before he went back home.
He had a piece of foreign money in his hand when he was hit. Know anything about it?
Yes, he got it here. One of our customers, a man named Van Pelt, came in to pay for some work we had done yesterday afternoon while the boss was here. When Van Pelt pulled out his wallet to pay his bill, this piece of Holland money, I don't know what you call it, was among the bills. I think he said it was worth something like $38. Anyway, the boss took it, giving Van Pelt his change. The boss said he wanted to show the Holland money to his boys, and he could have it changed back into American money later.
Who is this Van Pelt?
He's a Hollander. He's planning to open a tobacco importing business here in a month or 2. I don't know much about him outside of that.
Where's his home or office?
His office is on Bush Street, near Sansom.
Did he know that Newhouse had been sick?
I don't think so. The boss didn't look much different from usual.
What's this Van Pelt's full name?
Hendrik Van Pelt.
What does he look like?
Before Souls could answer, 3 evenly spaced buzzes sounded above the rattle and whirring of the presses in the back of the shop. I slid the muzzle of my gun. I had been holding it in my lap for 5 minutes, far enough over the edge of the desk for Ben Souls to see it. "Put both of your hands on top of the desk," I said. He put them there. The press-room door was directly behind him, so that facing him across the desk I could look over his shoulder at it. His stocky body served to screen my gun from the view of whoever came through the door in response to Souls' signal. I didn't have long to wait. 3 men, black with ink, came to the door, and through it into the little office. They strolled in careless and casual, laughing and joking to one another. But one of them licked his lips as he stepped through the door. Another's eyes showed white circles all around the irises. The third was the best actor, but he held his shoulders a trifle too stiffly to fit his otherwise careless carriage.
"Stop right there,"
I barked at them when the last was inside the office, and I brought my gun up to where they could see it. They stopped as if they had all been mounted on the same pair of legs. I kicked my chair back and stood up. I didn't like my position at all. The office was entirely too small for me. I had a gun, true enough, and whatever weapons may have been distributed among these other men were out of sight. But these 4 men were too close to me, and a gun isn't a thing of miracles. It's a mechanical contraption that is capable of just so much and no more. If these men decided to jump me, I could down just one of them before the other 3 were upon me. I knew it, and they knew it. "Put your hands up," I ordered, "and turn around." None of them moved to obey. One of the inked men grinned wickedly. Souls shook his head slowly. The other 2 stood and looked at me. I was more or less stumped. You can't shoot a man just because he refuses to obey an order, even if he is a criminal. If they had turned around for me, I could have lined them up against the wall and, being behind them, have held them safe while I used the telephone. But that hadn't worked. My next thought was to back across the office to the street door, keeping them covered, and then either stand in the door and yell for help or take them into the street where I could handle them. But I put that thought away as quickly as it came to me. These 4 men were going to jump me. There was no doubt of that. All that was needed was a spark of any sort to explode them into action. They were standing stiff-legged and tense, waiting for some move on my part. If I took a step backward, the battle would be on. We were close enough for any of the 4 to have reached out and touched me. One of them I could shoot before I was smothered. 1 out of 4. That meant that each of them had only 1 chance out of 4 being the victim. Low enough odds for any but the most cowardly of men. I grinned what was supposed to be a confident grin, because I was up against it hard, and reached for the telephone. I had to do something. Then I cursed myself. I had merely changed the signal for the onslaught. It would come now when I picked up the receiver. But I couldn't back down again. That, too, would be a signal. I had to go through with it. The perspiration trickled across my temples from under my hat as I drew the phone closer with my left hand. The street door opened. An exclamation of surprise came from behind me. I spoke rapidly without taking my eyes from the 4 men in front of me. "Quick! The phone! The police!" With the arrival of this unknown person, one of Newhouse's customers probably, I figured I had the edge again. Even if he took no active part beyond calling the police in, the enemy would have to split to take care of him, and that would give me a chance to pot at least 2 of them before I was knocked over.
2 out of 4, each of them had an even chance of being dropped, which is enough to give even a nervy man cause for thinking a bit before he jumps. "Hurry," I urged the newcomer. "Yes, yes," he said, and in the blurred sound of the S there was evidence of foreign birth. Keyed up as I was, I didn't need any more warning than that. I threw myself sideways, a blind tumbling away from the spot where I stood, but I wasn't quite quick enough. The blow that came from behind didn't hit me fairly, but I got enough of it to fold up my legs as if the knees were hinged with paper, and I slammed into a heap on the floor. Something dark crashed toward me. I caught it with both hands. It may have been a foot kicking at my face. I wrung it as a washerwoman wrings a towel. Down my spine ran jar after jar. Perhaps somebody was beating me over the head. I don't know. My head wasn't alive. The blow that had knocked me down had numbed me all over. My eyes were no good. Shadows swam to and fro in front of them. That was all. I struck, gouged, tore at the shadows. Sometimes I found nothing. Sometimes I found things that felt like parts of bodies. Then I would hammer at them, tear at them. My gun was gone. My hearing was no better than my sight, or not so good. There wasn't a sound in the world. I moved in a silence that was more complete than any silence I had ever known. I was a ghost fighting ghosts. I found presently that my feet were under me again, though some squirming thing was on my back and kept me from standing upright. A hot, damp thing like a hand was across my face. I bit my teeth into it. I snapped my head back as far as it would go. Maybe it smashed into the face it was meant for. I don't know. Anyhow, the squirming thing was no longer on my back. Dimly, I realized that I was being buffeted about by blows that I was too numb to feel. Ceaselessly, with head and shoulders and elbows and fists and knees and feet, I struck at the shadows that were around me. Suddenly I could see again, not clearly, but the shadows were taking on colors, and my ears came back a little so that the grunts and growls and curses and impact of blows sounded in them. My straining gaze rested upon a brass cuspidor 6 inches or so in front of my eyes. I knew then that I was down on the floor again. As I twisted about to hurl a foot into a soft body above me, something that was like a burn, but wasn't a burn, ran down one leg, a knife. The sting of it brought consciousness back into me with a rush. I grabbed the brass cuspidor and used it to club a way to my feet, to club a clear space in front of me. Men were hurling themselves upon me. I swung the cuspidor high and flung it over their heads through the frosted glass door into California Street. Then we fought some more. But you can't throw a brass cuspidor through a glass door into California Street between Montgomery and Kearny without attracting attention. It's too near the heart of daytime San Francisco. So presently, when I was on the floor again, with 600 or 800 pounds of flesh hammering my face into the boards, we were pulled apart, and I was dug out of the bottom of the pile by a squad of policemen. Big sandy-haired Coffee was one of them, but it took a lot of arguing to convince him that I was the Continental operative who had talked to him a little while before. Man, he said, when I finally convinced him. Them lads sure, God, have worked you over. You got a face like a wet geranium. I didn't laugh. It wasn't funny. I looked out of the one eye which was working just now at the 5 men lined up across the office. Souls, the 3 inky printers, and the man with the blurred S, who had started the slaughter by tapping me on the back of the head. He was a rather tall man of 30 or so, with a round, ruddy face that wore a few bruises now. He had been, apparently, rather well-dressed in expensive black clothing, but he was torn and ragged now. I knew who he was without asking. Henrik Van Pelt. Well, man, what's the answer? Coffee was asking me. By holding one side of my jaw firmly with one hand, I found that I could talk without too much pain. This is the crowd that ran down Newhouse, I said, and it wasn't an accident. I wouldn't mind having a few more of the details myself, but I was jumped before I got around to all of them. Newhouse had a 100-florin note in his hand when he was run down, and he was walking in the direction of police headquarters, was only half a block away from the Hall of Justice. Souls tells me that Newhouse said he was going up to Portsmouth Square to sit in the sun, but Souls didn't seem to know that Newhouse was wearing a black eye, the one you told me you had investigated. If Souls didn't see the shiner, then it's a good bet that Souls didn't see Newhouse's face that day. Newhouse was walking from his printing shop toward police headquarters with a piece of foreign paper money in his hand. Remember that. He had frequent spells of sickness, which, according to friend Souls, always before kept him at home for a week or 10 days at a time. This time he was laid up for only 2.5 days. Souls tells me that the shop is 3 days behind with its orders, and he says that's the first time in 8 years they've ever been behind. He blames Newhouse's death, which only happened yesterday. Apparently, Newhouse's previous sick spells never delayed things. Why should this last spell? 2 printers were fired last week, and 2 new ones hired the very next day. Pretty quick work. The car with which Newhouse was run down was taken from just around the corner and was deserted within quick walking distance of the shop. It was left facing north, which is pretty good evidence that its occupants went south after they got out. Ordinary car thieves wouldn't have circled back in the direction from which they came. Here's my guess. This Van Pelt is a Dutchman, and he had some plates for phony 100-florin notes. He hunted around until he found a printer who would go in with him. The foreman of a shop whose proprietor was now and then at home for a week or more at a time with a bad heart. One of the printers under Souls was willing to go in with him. Maybe the other 2 turned the offer down. Maybe Souls didn't ask them at all. Anyhow, they were discharged, and 2 friends of Souls were given their places. Our friends then got everything ready and waited for Newhouse's heart to flop again. It did, Monday night. As soon as his wife called up next morning and said he was sick, these birds started running off their counterfeits. That's why they fell behind with their regular work. But this spell of Newhouse's was lighter than usual. He was up and moving around within 2 days, and yesterday afternoon he came down here for a few minutes. He must have walked in while all our friends were extremely busy in some far corner. He must have spotted some of the phony money, immediately sized up the situation, grabbed 1 bill to show the police, and started out for police headquarters, no doubt thinking he had not been seen by our friends here. They must have got a glimpse of him as he was leaving, however. 2 of them followed him out. They couldn't, afoot, safely knock him over within a block or 2 of the Hall of Justice, but turning the corner, they found Crosswaite's car standing there with idling engine. That solved their getaway problem. They got in the car and went on after Newhouse. I suppose the original plan was to shoot him, but he crossed Clay Street with his eyes fastened upon the phony money in his hand. That gave them a golden chance. They piled the car into him. It was sure death, they knew. His bum heart would finish the job if the actual collision didn't kill him. Then they deserted the car and came back here. There are a lot of loose ends to be gathered in, but this pipe dream I've just told you fits in with all the facts we know, and I'll bet a month's salary I'm not far off anywhere. There ought to be a 3-day crop of Dutch notes cached somewhere. You people, I suppose I'd have gone on talking forever in the giddy, head-swimming intoxication of utter exhaustion that filled me, if the big sandy-haired patrolman hadn't shut me off by putting a big hand across my mouth. "Be quiet, man," he said, lifting me out of the chair and spreading me flat on my back on the desk. "I'll have an ambulance here in a second for you." The office was swirling around in front of my one open eye. The yellow ceiling swung down toward me, rose again, disappeared, came back in odd shapes. I turned my head to one side to avoid it, and my glance rested upon the white dial of a spinning clock. Presently the dial came to rest, and I read it. 4 o'clock. I remembered that Crosswaite had broken up our conference in Vance Richmond's office at 3, and I had started to work. 1 full hour, I tried to tell Coffee before I went to sleep. The police wound up the job while I was lying on my back in bed. In Van Pelt's office on Bush Street, they found a great bale of 100-florin notes. Van Pelt, they learned, had a considerable reputation in Europe as a high-class counterfeiter. One of the printers came through, stating that Van Pelt and Souls were the 2 who followed Newhouse out of the shop and killed him. End of 1 hour. Section 4 of the 10th Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The House in Turk Street. I had been told that the man for whom I was hunting lived in a certain Turk Street block, but my informant hadn't been able to give me his house number. Thus it came about that late one rainy afternoon I was canvassing this certain block, ringing each bell and reciting a myth that went like this. I'm from the law office of Wellington and Berkeley. One of our clients, an elderly lady, was thrown from the rear platform of a streetcar last week and severely injured. Among those who witnessed the accident was a young man whose name we don't know, but we have been told that he lives in this neighborhood. Then I would describe the man I wanted and wind up, do you know of anyone who looks like that? All down one side of the block the answers were no, no, no. I crossed the street and started to work the other side. The first house, no. The second, no. The third. The fourth. The fifth. No one came to the door in answer to my first ring. After a while I rang again. I had just decided that no one was at home when the knob turned slowly and a little old woman opened the door. She was a very fragile little old woman, with a piece of gray knitting in one hand and faded eyes that twinkled pleasantly behind gold-rimmed spectacles. She wore a stiffly starched apron over a black dress, and there was white lace at her throat. "Good evening," she said in a thin, friendly voice. "I hope you don't mind waiting. I always have to peep out to see who's here before I open the door. An old woman's timidity." She laughed with a little gurgling sound in her throat. "Sorry to disturb you," I apologized, "but—" "Won't you come in, please?" "No, I just want a little information. I won't take much of your time." "I wish you would come in," she said, and added with mock severity, "I'm sure my tea is getting cold." She took my damp hat and coat, and I followed her down a narrow hall to a dim room where a man got up as we entered. He was old, too, and stout, with the thin white beard that fell upon a white vest that was as stiffly starched as the woman's apron. "Thomas," the little fragile woman told him. "This is Mr. "Tracy," I said, because that was the name I had given the other residents of the block, but I came as near blushing when I said it as I have in 15 years. These folks weren't meant to be lied to. Their name, I learned, was Quarry, and they were an affectionate old couple. She called him Thomas every time she spoke to him, rolling the name around in her mouth as if she liked the taste of it. He called her my dear just as frequently, and twice he got up to adjust a cushion more comfortably to her frail back. I had to drink a cup of tea with them and eat some little spiced cookies before I could get them to listen to a question. Then Mrs. Quarry made little sympathetic clicking sounds with her tongue and teeth while I told about the elderly lady who had fallen off a streetcar. The old man rumbled in his beard that it was a damn shame, and gave me a fat and oily cigar. I had to assure them that the fictitious elderly lady was being taken care of and was coming along nicely. I was afraid they were going to insist upon being taken to see her. Finally, I got away from the accident itself and described the man I wanted. "Thomas," Mrs. Quarry said, "isn't that the young man who lives in the house with the railing? The one who always looks so worried?" The old man stroked his snowy beard and pondered. "But, my dear," he rumbled at last, "hasn't he got dark hair?" She beamed upon her husband and then upon me. "Thomas is so observant," she said with pride. "I had forgotten, but the young man I spoke of does have dark hair, so he couldn't be the one who saw the accident at all." The old man then suggested that one who lived in the block below might be my man. They discussed this one at some length before they decided that he was too tall and too old. Mrs. Quarry suggested another. They discussed that one and voted against him. Thomas offered a candidate. He was weighed and discarded. They chattered on. "But don't you think, Thomas—" "Yes, my dear, but—" "Of course you're right, Thomas, but—" Two old folks enjoying a chance contact with a world that they had dropped out of. Darkness settled. The old man turned on a light in a tall lamp that threw a soft yellow circle upon us and left the rest of the room dim. The room was a large one, and heavy with the thick hangings and bulky horsehair furniture of a generation ago. I burned the cigar the old man had given me and slumped comfortably down in my chair, letting them run on, putting a word or two in whenever they turned to me. I didn't expect to get any information here, but I was comfortable, and the cigar was a good one. Time enough to go out into the drizzle when I had finished my smoke. Something cold touched the nape of my neck. "Stand up." I didn't stand up. I couldn't. I was paralyzed. I sat and blinked at the quarries. And looking at them, I knew that something cold couldn't be against the back of my neck. A harsh voice couldn't have ordered me to stand up. It wasn't possible. Mrs. Quarry still sat primly against the cushions her husband had adjusted to her back. Her eyes still twinkled with friendliness behind her glasses. Her hands were still motionless in her lap, crossed at the wrists over the piece of knitting. The old man still stroked his white beard and let cigar smoke drift unhurriedly from his nostrils. They would go on talking about the young men in the neighborhood who might be the man I wanted. Nothing had happened. I had dozed. "Get up." The cold thing against my neck jabbed deep into the flesh. I stood up. "Frisk him." The harsh voice came from behind. The old man carefully laid his cigar down, came to me, and ran his hands over my body. Satisfied that I was unarmed, he emptied my pockets, dropping the contents upon the chair that I had just left. Mrs. Quarry was pouring herself some more tea. "Thomas," she said, "you've overlooked that little watch pocket in the trousers." He found nothing there. "That's all," he told the man behind me, and returned to his chair and cigar. "Turn around, you," the harsh voice ordered. I turned and faced a tall, gaunt, raw-boned man of about my own age, which is 35. He had an ugly face, hollow-cheeked, bony, and splattered with big, pale freckles. His eyes were of a watery blue, and his nose and chin stuck out abruptly. "Know me?" he asked. "No." "You're a liar." I didn't argue the point. He was holding a level gun in one big freckled hand. "You're going to know me pretty well before you're through with me," this big, ugly man threatened. "You're going to—" "Hook!" A voice came from a porch-edge doorway, the doorway through which the ugly man had no doubt crept up behind me. "Hook, come here!" The voice was feminine, young, clear, and musical. "What do you want?" the ugly man called over his shoulder. "He's here." "All right," he called to Thomas Quarry. "Keep this joker safe." From somewhere among his whiskers, his coat, and his stiff white vest, the old man brought out a big black revolver, which he handled with no signs of either weakness or unfamiliarity. The ugly man swept up the things that had been taken from my pockets and carried them through the portieres with him. Mrs. Quarry smiled brightly up at me. "Do sit down, Mr. Tracy," she said. I sat. Through the portieres a new voice came from the next room, a drawling baritone voice whose accent was unmistakably British, cultured British. "What's up, Hook?" this voice was asking. The harsh voice of the ugly man. "Plenty's up, I'm telling you. They're on to us. I started out a while ago, and as soon as I got to the street, I seen a man I knowed on the other side. He was pointed out to me in Philly 5-6 years ago. I don't know his name, but I remembered his mug. He's a Continental Detective Agency man. I came in right away, and me and Elvira watched him out of the window. He went to every house on the other side of the street, asking questions or something. Then he came over and started to give this side a whirl, and after a while he rings the bell. I tell the old woman and her husband to get him in, stall him along, and see what he says for himself. He's got a song and dance about looking for a guy what's seen an old woman bumped by a streetcar, but that's the bunk. He's gunning for us. There ain't nothing else to it. I went in and stuck him up just now. I meant to wait until you come, but I was scared he'd get nervous and beat it. Here's his stuff if you want to give it the once-over." The British voice. "You shouldn't have shown yourself to him. The others could have taken care of him." Hook. "What's the diff? Chances is he knows us all anyway. But supposing he didn't, what diff does it make?" The drawling British voice. "It may make a deal of difference. It was stupid." Hook blustering. "Stupid, huh? You're always bellyaching about other people being stupid. To hell with you, I say. If you don't like my style, to hell with you. Who does all the work? Who's the guy that swings all the jobs, huh?
Where? The young feminine voice. Now, Hook, for God's sake, don't make that speech again. I've listened to it until I know it by heart. A rustle of papers, and the British voice. I say, Hook, you're correct about his being a detective. Here's an identification card among his things. The Quarries were listening to the conversation in the next room with as much interest as I, but Thomas Quarry's eyes never left me, and his fat fingers never relaxed about the gun in his lap. His wife sipped tea, with her head cocked on one side in the listening attitude of a bird. Except for the weapon in the old man's lap, there was not a thing to persuade the eye that melodrama was in the room. The Quarries were in every other detail still the pleasant old couple who had given me tea and expressed sympathy for the elderly lady who had been injured. The feminine voice from the next room. Well, what's to be done? What's our play? Hook. That's easy to answer. We're going to knock this sleuth off first thing. The feminine voice. And put our necks in the noose. Hook scornfully. As if they ain't there if we don't. You don't think this guy ain't after us for the L.A. job, do you? The British voice. You're an ass, Hook, and a quite hopeless one. Suppose this chap is interested in the Los Angeles affair, as is probable. What then? He is a Continental operative. Is it likely that his organization doesn't know where he is? Don't you think they know he was coming up here? And don't they know as much about us, chances are, as he does? There's no use killing him. That would only make matters worse. The thing to do is to tie him up and leave him here. His associates will hardly come looking for him until tomorrow, and that will give us all night to manage our disappearance. My gratitude went out to the British voice. Somebody was in my favor, at least, to the extent of letting me live. I hadn't been feeling very cheerful these past few minutes. Somehow the fact that I couldn't see these people who were deciding whether I was to live or die made my plight seem all the more desperate. I felt better now, though far from gay. I had confidence in the drawling British voice. It was the voice of a man who habitually carries his point. Hook, bellowing. Let me tell you something, brother. That guy's going to be knocked off. That's flat. I'm taking no chances. You can jaw all you want about it, but I'm looking out for my own neck, and it'll be a lot safer with that guy where you can't talk. That's flat. He's going to be knocked off. The feminine voice, disgustedly. Ah, Hook, be reasonable. The British voice, still drawling, but dead cold. There's no use reasoning with you, Hook. You've the instincts and the intellect of a troglodyte. There is only one sort of language that you understand, and I'm going to talk that language to you, my son. If you are tempted to do anything silly between now and the time of our departure, just say this to yourself 2 or 3 times. If he dies, I die. If he dies, I die. Say it as if it were out of the Bible, because it's that true. There followed a long space of silence, with a tenseness that made my not particularly sensitive scalp tingle. Beyond the portiere, I knew 2 men were matching glances in a battle of wills, which might any instant become a physical struggle, and my chances of living were tied up in that battle. When at last a voice cut the silence, I jumped as if a gun had been fired, though the voice was low and smooth enough. It was the British voice, confidently victorious, and I breathed again. We'll get the old people away first, the voice was saying. You take charge of our guest, Hook. Tie him up neatly. But remember, no foolishness. Don't waste time questioning him. He'll lie. Tie him up while I get the bonds, and we'll be gone in less than half an hour. The portieres parted, and Hook came into the room, a scowling Hook, whose freckles had a greenish tinge against the sallowness of his face. He pointed a revolver at me and spoke to the Quarries. He wants you. They got up and went into the next room, and for a while an indistinguishable buzzing of whispers came from that room. Hook, meanwhile, had stepped back to the doorway, still menacing me with his revolver, and pulled loose the plush ropes that were around the heavy curtains. Then he came around behind me and tied me securely to the high-backed chair, my arms to the chair's arms, my legs to the chair's legs, my body to the chair's back and seat.
and he wound up by gagging me with a corner of a cushion that was too well stuffed for my comfort. The ugly man was unnecessarily rough throughout, but I was a lamb. He wanted an excuse for drilling me, and I wanted above all else that he should have no excuse. As he finished lashing me into place and stepped back to scowl at me, I heard the street door close softly, and then light footsteps ran back and forth overhead. Hook looked in the direction of those footsteps, and his little watery blue eyes grew cunning. "Elvira," he called softly. The portieres bulged as if someone had touched them, and the musical feminine voice came through. "What?" "Come here." "I'd better not. He wouldn't—" "Damn him!" Hook flared up. "Come here." She came into the room and into the circle of light from the tall lamp, a girl in her early 20s, slender and lithe, and dressed for the street, except that she carried her hat in one hand. A white face beneath a bobbed mass of flame-colored hair. Smoke-gray eyes that were set too far apart for trustworthiness, though not for beauty, laughed at me, and her red mouth laughed at me, exposing the edges of little sharp animal teeth. She was beautiful as the devil, and twice as dangerous. She laughed at me, a fat man all trussed up with red plush rope, and with a corner of a green cushion in my mouth, and she turned to the ugly man. "What do you want?" He spoke in an undertone, with a furtive glance at the ceiling, above which soft steps still padded back and forth. "What say we shake him?" Her smoke-gray eyes lost their merriment and became hard and calculating. "There's 100,000 he's holding. 1/3 of it's mine. You don't think I'm going to take a Mickey Finn on that, do you?" "Course not." "Supposing we get the 100 grand?" "How?" "Leave it to me, kid. Leave it to me. If I swing it, will you go with me? You know I'd be good to you." She smiled contemptuously, I thought, but she seemed to like it. "You're whooping right you'll be good to me," she said. "But listen, Hook, we couldn't get away with it, not unless you get him. I know him. I'm not running away with anything that belongs to him unless he's fixed so he can't come after it." Hook moistened his lips and looked around the room at nothing. Apparently he didn't like the thought of tangling with the owner of the British drawl, but his desire for the girl was too strong for his fear of the other man. "I'll do it," he blurted. "I'll get him. Do you mean it, kid? If I get him, will you go with me?" She held out her hand. "It's a bet," she said, and he believed her. His ugly face grew warm and red and utterly happy, and he took a deep breath and straightened his shoulders. In his place, I might have believed her myself. All of us have fallen for that sort of thing at one time or another. But sitting tied up on the sidelines, I knew that he'd have been better off playing with a gallon of nitro than with this baby. She was dangerous. There was a rough time ahead for this Hook. "This is the lay," Hook began and stopped, tongue-tied. A step had sounded in the next room. Immediately the British voice came through the portieres, and there was an edge of exasperation to the drawl now. "This is really too much. I can't," he said really, and can't, "leave for a moment without having things done all wrong. Now just what has got into you, Elvira, that you must go in and exhibit yourself to our detective friend?" Fear flashed into her smoke-gray eyes, and out again, and she spoke airily. "Don't be altogether yellow," she said. "Your precious neck can get along all right without so much guarding." The portieres parted, and I twisted my head around as far as I could get it for my first look at this man who was responsible for my still being alive. I saw a short, fat man, hatted and coated for the street, and carrying a tan traveling bag in one hand. Then his face came into the yellow circle of light, and I saw that it was a Chinese face, a short, fat Chinese, immaculately clothed in garments that were as British as his accent. "It isn't a matter of color," he told the girl, and I understood now the full sting of her jibe. "It's simply a matter of ordinary wisdom." His face was a round yellow mask, and his voice was the same emotionless drawl that I had heard before. But I knew that he was as surely under the girl's sway as the ugly man, or he wouldn't have let her taunt bring him into the room. But I doubted that she'd find this anglicized Oriental as easily handled as Hook. "There was no particular need," the Chinese was still talking, "for this chap to have seen any of us."
He looked at me now for the first time with little opaque eyes that were like two black seeds. It's quite possible that he didn't know any of us, even by description. This showing ourselves to him is the most arrant sort of nonsense.
Ah, hell, Ty, Hook blustered. Quit your belly aching, will you? What's the diff? I'll knock him off. That takes care of that.
The Chinese sat down his tan bag and shook his head.
There will be no killing, he drawled. Or there would be quite a bit of killing. You don't mistake my meaning, do you, Hook?
Hook didn't. His Adam's apple ran up and down with the effort of his swallowing, and behind the cushion that was choking me, I thanked the yellow man again. Then this red-haired she-devil put her spoon in the dish.
Hook's always offering to do things that he has no intention of doing, she told the Chinese.
Hook's ugly face blazed red at this reminder of his promise to get the Chinese, and he swallowed again, and his eyes looked as if nothing would have suited him better than an opportunity to crawl under something. But the girl had him. Her influence was stronger than his cowardice. He suddenly stepped close to the Chinese, and from his advantage of a full head and height, scowled down into the round yellow face that was as expressionless as a clock without hands.
Ty, the ugly man snarled, you're done. I'm sick and tired of all this dog you put on, acting like you was a king or something. I've took all the lip I'm going to take from a chink. I'm going to...
He faltered, and his words faded away into silence. Ty looked up at him with eyes that were as hard and as black and inhuman as two pieces of coal. Hook's lips twitched, and he flinched away a little. I stopped sweating. The yellow man had won again. But I had forgotten the red-haired she-devil. She laughed now, a mocking laugh that must have been like a knife to the ugly man. A bellow came from deep in his chest, and he hurled one big fist into the round, blank face of the yellow man. The force of the punch carried Ty all the way across the room and threw him on his side in one corner. But he had twisted his body around to face the ugly man even as he went hurtling across the room. A gun was in his hand before he went down, and he was speaking before his legs had settled upon the floor, and his voice was a cultured British drawl.
Later, he was saying, we will settle this thing that is between us. Just now you will drop your pistol and stand very still while I get up.
Hook's revolver, only half out of his pocket when the Oriental had covered him, thudded to the rug. He stood rigidly still while Ty got to his feet, and Hook's breath came out noisily, and each freckle stood ghastly out against the dirty, scarred white of his face. I looked at the girl. There was contempt in the eyes with which she looked at Hook, but no disappointment. Then I made a discovery. Something had changed in the room near her. I shut my eyes and tried to picture that part of the room as it had been before the two men had clashed. Opening my eyes suddenly, I had the answer. On the table beside the girl had been a book and some magazines. They were gone now. Now 2 feet from the girl was the tan bag that Ty had brought into the room. Suppose the bag had held the bonds from the Los Angeles job that they had mentioned. It probably had. What then? It probably now held the book and magazines that had been on the table. The girl had stirred up the trouble between the two men to distract their attention while she made a switch. Where would the loot be then? I didn't know, but I suspected that it was too bulky to be on the girl's slender person. Just beyond the table was a couch with a wide red cover that went all the way down to the floor. I looked from the couch to the girl. She was watching me, and her eyes twinkled with a flash of mirth as they met mine coming from the couch. The couch it was. By now the Chinese had pocketed Hook's revolver and was talking to him. If I hadn't a dislike for murder, and if I didn't think that you would perhaps be of some value to Elvira and me in effecting our departure, I should certainly relieve us of the handicap of your stupidity now. But I'll give you one more chance. I would suggest, however, that you think carefully before you give way to any more of your violent impulses. He turned to the girl. Have you been putting foolish ideas in our Hook's head? She laughed. Nobody could put any kind in it. Perhaps you're right. And then came over to test the lashings about my arms and body. Finding them satisfactory, he picked up the tan bag and held out the gun he had taken from the ugly man a few minutes before. Here's your revolver, Hook. Now try to be sensible. We may as well go now. The old man and his wife will do as they were told. They're on their way to a city that we needn't mention by name in front of our friend here, to wait for us in their share of the bonds. Needless to say, they will wait a long while. They are out of it now. But between ourselves there must be no more treachery. If we're to get clear, we must help each other."
According to the best dramatic rules, these folks should have made sarcastic speeches to me before they left, but they didn't. They passed me without even a farewell look and went out of sight into the darkness of the hall. Suddenly, the Chinese was in the room again, running tiptoe, an open knife in one hand, a gun in the other. This was the man I had been thanking for saving my life. He bent over me. The knife moved on my right side, and the rope that held the arms slackened its grip. I breathed again, and my heart went back to beating.
"Hook will be back,"
Ty whispered, and was gone. On the carpet, 3 feet in front of me, lay a revolver. The street door closed, and I was alone in the house for a while. You may believe that I spent that while struggling with the red plush ropes that bound me. Ty had cut one length, loosening my right arm somewhat and giving my body more play, but I was far from free, and his whispered, "Hook will be back," was all the spur I needed to throw my strength against my bonds. I understood now why the Chinese had insisted so strongly upon my life being spared. I was the weapon with which Hook was to be removed. The Chinese figured that Hook would make some excuse as soon as they reached the street, slip back into the house, knock me off, and rejoin his confederates. If he didn't do it on his own initiative, I suppose the Chinese would suggest it. So he had put a gun within reach, in case I should get loose, and had loosened my ropes as much as he could, not to have me free before he himself got away. This thinking was a side issue. I didn't let it slow up my efforts to get loose. The why wasn't important to me just now. The important thing was to have that revolver in my hand when the ugly man came into the room again. Just as the front door opened, I got my right arm completely free and plucked the strangling cushion from my mouth. The rest of my body was still held by the ropes, held loosely, but held. There was no time for any more. I threw myself, chair and all, forward, breaking the fall with my free arm. The carpet was thick. I went down on my face with a heavy chair atop me, all doubled up any which way, but my right arm was free of the tangle, and my right hand grasped the gun. My left side, the wrong side, was toward the hall door. I twisted and squirmed and wrestled under the bulky piece of furniture that sat on my back. 1 inch, 2 inches, 6 inches I twisted, another inch. Feet were at the hall door, another inch. The dim light hit upon a man hurrying into the room, a glint of metal in his hand. I fired. He caught both hands to his belly, bent double, and slid out across the carpet. That was over. But that was far from being all. I wrenched at the plush ropes that held me while my mind tried to sketch what lay ahead. The girl had switched the bonds, hiding them under the couch. There was no question of that. She had intended coming back for them before I had time to get free. But Hook had come back first, and she would have to change her plan. What more likely than she would now tell the Chinese that Hook had made the switch? What then? There was only one answer. Ty would come back for the bonds. Both of them would come. Ty knew I was armed now, but they had said the bonds represented $100,000. That would be enough to bring them back. I kicked the last rope loose and scrambled to the couch. The bonds were beneath it, 4 thick bundles of Liberty bonds, done up with heavy rubber bands. I tucked them under one arm and went over to the man who was dying near the door. His gun was under one of his legs. I pulled it out, stepped over him, and went into the dark hall. Then I stopped to consider. The girl and the Chinese would split to tackle me. One would come in the front door and the other in the rear. That would be the safest way for them to handle me. My play, obviously, was to wait just inside one of those doors for them. It would be foolish for me to leave the house. That's exactly what they would be expecting at first, and they would be lying in ambush. Decidedly, my play was to lie low within sight of this front door and wait until one of them came through it, as one of them surely would, when they had tired of waiting for me to come out. Toward the street door, the hall was lighted with a glow that filtered through the glass door from the street lights. The stairway leading to the second story threw a triangular shadow across part of the hall, a shadow that was black enough for any purpose. I crouched low in this 3-cornered slice of night and waited.
I had 2 guns, the one the Chinese had given me and the one I had taken from Hook. I had fired 1 shot. That would leave me 11 still to use, unless one of the weapons had been used since it was loaded. I broke the gun Ty had given me, and in the dark ran my fingers across the back of the cylinder. My fingers touched 1 shell under the hammer. Ty had taken no chances. He had given me 1 bullet, the bullet with which I had dropped Hook. I put that gun down on the floor and examined the one I had taken from Hook. It was empty. The Chinese had taken no chances at all. He had emptied Hook's gun before returning it to him after their quarrel. I was in a hole, alone, unarmed, in a strange house that would presently hold 2 who were hunting me, and that one of them was a woman didn't soothe me any. She was none the less deadly on that account. For a moment I was tempted to make a dash for it. The thought of being out in the street again was pleasant, but I put the idea away. That would be foolishness, and plenty of it. Then I remembered the bonds under my arm. They would have to be my weapon, and if they were to serve me, they would have to be concealed. I slipped out of my triangular shadow and went up the stairs. Thanks to the street lights, the upstairs rooms were not too dark for me to move around. Around and around I went through the rooms, hunting for a place to hide the Liberty bonds. But when suddenly a window rattled, as from the draught created by the open of an outside door somewhere, I still had the loot in my hands. There was nothing to do now but to chuck them out of a window and trust to luck. I grabbed a pillow from a bed, stripped off the white case, and dumped the bonds into it. Then I leaned out of an already open window and looked down into the night, searching for a desirable dumping place. I didn't want the bonds to land on an ash can or a pile of bottles or anything that would make a racket. And looking out of the window, I found a better hiding place. The window opened into a narrow court, on the other side of which was a house of the same sort as the one I was in. That house was of the same height as this one, with a flat tin roof that sloped down the other way. The roof wasn't far from me, not too far to chuck the pillowcase. I chucked it. It disappeared over the edge of the roof and crackled softly on the tin. If I had been a movie actor or something of the sort, I suppose I'd have followed the bonds. I suppose I'd have jumped from the sill, caught the edge of the roof with my fingers, swung a while, and then pulled myself up and away. But dangling in space doesn't appeal to me. I preferred to face the Chinese and the redhead. Then I did another not at all heroic thing. I turned on all the lights in the room, lighted a cigarette — we all like to pose a little now and then — and sat down on the bed to await my capture. I might have stalked my enemies through the dark house, and possibly have nabbed them, but most likely I would simply have succeeded in getting myself shot, and I don't like to be shot. The girl found me. She came creeping up the hall, an automatic in each hand, hesitated for an instant outside the door, and then came in on the jump. And when she saw me sitting peacefully on the side of the bed, her eyes snapped scornfully at me, as if I'd done something mean. I suppose she thought I should have given her an opportunity to put lead in me. "I got him, Ty," she called, and the Chinese joined us. "What did Hook do with the bonds?" he asked point blank. I grinned into his round yellow face and led my ace. "Why don't you ask the girl?" His face showed nothing, but I imagined that his fat body stiffened a little within its fashionable British clothing. That encouraged me, and I went on with my little lie that was meant to stir things up. "Haven't you rapped to it?" I asked. "That they were fixing up to ditch you?" "You dirty liar!" the girl screamed and took a step toward me. Ty halted her with an imperative gesture. He stared through her with his opaque black eyes, and as he stared, the blood slid out of her face. She had this fat yellow man on her string right enough, but he wasn't exactly a harmless toy. "So that's how it is," he said slowly to no one in particular. "So that's how it is." Then to me, "Where did they put the bonds?" The girl went close to him, and her words came out tumbling over each other. "Here's the truth of it, Ty, so help me God. I switched the stuff myself. Hook wasn't in it. I was going to run out on both of you. I stuck them under the couch downstairs, but they're not there now. That's the God's truth." He was eager to believe her, and her words had the ring of truth to them, and I knew that in love with her as he was, he'd more readily forgive her treachery with the bonds than he would forgive her for planning to run off with Hook. So I made haste to stir things up again. The old-timer who said, "Divide to conquer," or something of the sort,
knew what he was talking about. "Part of that is right enough," I said. "She did stick the buns under the couch, but Hook was in on it. They fixed it up between them that while you were upstairs, he was to pick a fight with you, and during the argument she was to make the switch, and that is exactly what they did. I had him." As she wheeled savagely toward me, he stuck the muzzle of an automatic in her side, a smart jab that checked the angry words she was hurling at me. "I'll take your guns, Elvira," he said, and took them. There was a purring deadliness in his voice that made her surrender them without a word. "Where are the bonds now?" he asked me. I grinned. "I'm not with you, Ty. I'm against you." He studied me with his little eyes that were like black seeds for a while, and I studied him. And I hoped that his studying was as fruitless as mine. "I don't like violence," he said slowly, "and I believe you are a sensible person. Let us traffic, my friend." "You name it," I suggested.
"Gladly. As a basis for our bargaining, we will stipulate that you have hidden the bonds where they cannot be found by anyone else, and that I have you completely in my power, as the shilling shockers used to have it."
"Reasonable enough," I said. "Go on."
"The situation, then, is what gamblers call a standoff. Neither of us has the advantage. As a detective, you want us, but we have you. As thieves, we want the bonds, but you have them. I offer you the girl in exchange for the bonds. That seems to me to be an equitable offer. It will give me the bonds and a chance to get away. It will leave you no small degree of success in your task as a detective. Hook is dead. You will have the girl. All that will remain is to find me and the bonds again. By no means a hopeless task. You will have turned a defeat into more than half of a victory, with an excellent chance to make it a complete one."
"How do I know that you'll give me the girl?" He shrugged.
"Naturally, there can be no guarantee. But knowing that she planned to desert me for the swine who lies dead below, you can't imagine that my feelings for her are the most friendly. Too, if I take her with me, she will want a share in the loot."
I turned the layout over in my mind and looked at it from this side and that and the other. "This is the way it looks to me," I told him at last. "You aren't a killer. I'll come through alive no matter what happens. All right. Why should I swap? You and the girl will be easier to find again than the bonds, and they are the most important part of the job anyway. I'll hold on to them and take my chances on finding you folks again. Yes, I'm playing it safe. And I meant it for the time being, at least."
"No, I'm not a killer,"
he said very softly. And he smiled the first smile I had seen on his face. It wasn't a pleasant smile, and there was something in it that made you want to shudder.
"But I am other things, perhaps, of which you haven't thought. But this talking is to no purpose. Elvira."
The girl, who had been standing a little to one side, watching us, came obediently forward.
"You will find sheets in one of the bureau drawers," he told her. "Tear one or two of them into strips strong enough to tie up your friend securely."
The girl went to the bureau. I wrinkled my head, trying to find a not too disagreeable answer to the question in my mind. The answer that came first wasn't nice. Torture. Then a faint sound brought us all into tense motionlessness. The room we were in had two doors, one leading into the hall, the other into another bedroom. It was through the hall door that the faint sound had come, the sound of creeping feet. Swiftly, silently, Ty moved backward to a position from which he could watch the hall door without losing sight of the girl and me. And the gun, poised like a live thing in his fat hand, was all the warning we needed to make no noise. The faint sound again, just outside the door. The gun in Ty's hand seemed to quiver with eagerness. Through the other door, the door that gave to the next room, popped Mrs. Quarry, an enormous cocked revolver in her thin hand.
"Let it go, you nasty heathen!" she screeched.
Ty dropped his pistol before he turned to face her, and he held his hands up high, all of which was very wise. Thomas Quarry came through the door then. He also held a cocked revolver, the mate of his wife's, though in front of his bulk, his didn't look so enormously large. I looked at the old woman again, and found little of the friendly, fragile one who had poured tea and chatted about the neighbors. This was a witch, if there ever was one, a witch of the blackest, most malignant sort. Her little faded eyes were sharp with ferocity, her withered lips were taut in a wolfish snarl, and her thin body fairly quivered with hate.
"I knew it," she was thrilling. "I told Tom as soon as we got far enough away to think things over. I knew it was a frame-up. I knew the supposed detective was a pal of yours. I knew it was just a scheme to beat Thomas and me out of our shares. Well, I'll show you, you yellow monkey, and the rest of you, too. I'll show the whole caboodle of you. Where are them bonds? Where are they?"
The Chinese had recovered his poise, if he had ever lost it.
"A stout friend can tell you, perhaps," he said. "I was about to extract the information from him when you so dramatically arrived." "Thomas, for goodness' sake, don't stand there dreaming,"
she snapped at her husband, who to all appearances was still the same mild old man who had given me an excellent cigar.
"Tie up this Chinaman. I don't trust him an inch, and I won't feel easy until he's tied up. Tie him up, and then we'll see what's to be done."
I got up from my seat on the side of the bed and moved cautiously to a spot that I thought would be out of the line of fire if the thing I expected happened. Ty had dropped the gun that had been in his hand, but he hadn't been searched. The Chinese are thorough people. If one of them carries a gun at all, he usually carries 2 or 3 more. I remember picking up one in Oakland during the last Tong War, who had 5 on him, 1 under each armpit, 1 on each hip, and 1 in his waistband. One gun had been taken from Ty, and if they tried to truss him up without frisking him, there was likely to be fireworks, so I moved off to one side. Fat Thomas Quarry went phlegmatically up to the Chinese to carry out his wife's orders, and bungled the job perfectly. He put his bulk between Ty and the old woman's gun. Ty's hands moved. An automatic was in each. Once more Ty ran true to racial form. When a Chinese shoots, he keeps on shooting until his gun is empty. When I yanked Ty over backward by his fat throat and slammed him to the floor, his guns were still barking metal, and they clicked empty as I got a knee on one of his arms. I didn't take any chances. I worked on his throat until his eyes and tongue told me that he was out of things for a while. Then I looked around. Thomas Quarry was huddled against the bed, plainly dead, with 3 round holes in his starched white vest, holes that were brown from the closeness of the gun that had put them there. Across the room, Mrs. Quarry lay on her back. Her clothes had somehow settled in place around her fragile body, and death had given her once more the gentle, friendly look she had worn when I first saw her. One thin hand was on her bosom, covering, I found later, the 2 bullet holes that were there. The red-haired girl Elvira was gone. Presently Ty stirred, and after taking another gun from his clothes, I helped him sit up. He stroked his bruised throat with one fat hand and looked coolly around the room. "So this is how it came out," he said. "Uh-huh." "Where's Elvira?" "Got away for the time being." He shrugged.
"Well, you can call it a decidedly successful operation. The Quarries and Hook dead, the bonds and I in your hands."
"Not so bad," I admitted. "But will you do me a favor?"
"If I may."
"Tell me what the hell this is all about?"
"All about?"
he asked. "Exactly. From what you people have let me overhear, I gather that you pulled some sort of job in Los Angeles that netted you $100,000 worth of Liberty bonds, but I can't remember any recent job of that size down there."
"Why, that's preposterous,"
he said with what, for him, was almost wild-eyed amazement.
"Preposterous! Of course you know all about it."
"I do not. I was trying to find a young fellow named Fisher who left his Tacoma home in anger a week or 2 ago. His father wants him found on the quiet so that he can come down and try to talk him into going home again. I was told that I might find Fisher in this block of Turk Street, and that's what brought me here." He didn't believe me. He never believed me. He went to the gallows thinking me a liar. When I got out on the street again, and Turk Street was a lovely place when I came free into it after my evening in that house. I bought a newspaper that told me most of what I wanted to know. A boy of 20, a messenger in the employ of a Los Angeles stock and bond house, had disappeared 2 days before while on his way to a bank with a wad of Liberty bonds. That same night, this boy and a slender girl with bobbed red hair had registered in a hotel in Fresno as J.M. Rorden and wife. The next morning, the boy had been found in his room, murdered. The girl was gone. The bonds were gone. That much the paper told me. During the next few days, digging up a little here and a little there, I succeeded in piecing together most of the story. The Chinese, whose full name was Tai Chun Tao, had been the brains of the mob. Their game had been a variation of the always reliable badger game. Tai selected the victims, and he must have been a good judge of humans, because he seems never to have picked a bloomer. He would pick out some youth who was a messenger or runner for a banker or broker, one who carried either cash or negotiable securities in large quantities around the city. The girl Elvira would then make this lad, get him all fussed up over her, which shouldn't have been very hard for her, and then lead him gently around to running away with her and whatever he could grab in the way of his employer's bonds or security. Wherever they spent the first night of their flight, there Hook would appear, foaming at the mouth and loaded for bear. The girl would plead and tear her hair and so forth, trying to keep Hook, in his role of irate husband, from butchering the youth. Finally, she would succeed, and in the end, the youth would find himself without either girl or the fruits of his thievery. Sometimes he had surrendered to the police. 2, we found, had committed suicide. The Los Angeles lad had been built of tougher stuff than the others. He had put up a fight, and Hook had had to kill him. You can measure the girl's skill in her end of the game by the fact that not one of the half-dozen youths who had been trimmed had said the least thing to implicate her, and some of them had gone to great trouble to keep her out of it. The house in Turk Street had been the mob's retreat, and that it might always be a safe one, they had not worked their game in San Francisco. Hook and the girl were supposed by the neighbors to be the quarry's son and daughter, and Tai was the Chinese cook. The quarry's benign and respectable appearances had also come in handy when the mob had securities to be disposed of. The Chinese went to the gallows. We threw out the wildest and finest mesh of dragnets for the red-headed girl, and we turned up girls with bobbed red hair by the scores. But the girl Elvira was not among them. I promised myself that someday. End of The House in Turk Street. Section 5 of the 10th Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Death on Pine Street. A plump maid with bold green eyes and a loose, full-lipped mouth led me up 2 flights of steps and into an elaborately finished boudoir, where a woman in black sat at a window. She was a thin woman of a little more than 30, this murdered man's widow, and her face was white and haggard. "You're from the Continental Detective Agency?" she asked before I was 2 steps inside the room. "Yes." "I want you to find my husband's murderer." Her voice was shrill, and her dark eyes had wild lights in them. "The police have done nothing. 4 days, and they have done nothing. They say it was a robber, but they haven't found him. They haven't found anything." "But Mrs. Gilmore," I began, not exactly tickled to death with this explosion. "You must—" I know, she broke in. "But they have done nothing. I tell you, nothing. I don't believe they've made the slightest effort. I don't believe they want to find him." "Him?" I asked, because she had started to say her. "You think it was a man?" She bit her lip and looked away from me, out of the window to where San Francisco Bay, the distance making toys of its boats, was blue under the early afternoon sun. "I don't know," she said hesitantly. It might have—" Her face spun toward me, a twitching face, and it seemed impossible that anyone could talk so fast, hurl words out so rapidly, one after the other. "I'll tell you. You can judge for yourself. Bernard wasn't faithful to me. There was a woman who calls herself Kara Kenbrook. She wasn't the first, but I learned about her last month. We quarreled. Bernard promised to give her up. Maybe he didn't. But if he did, I wouldn't put it past her. A woman like that would do anything.
anything. And down in my heart, I really believe she did it."
"And you think the police don't want to arrest her?"
"I didn't mean exactly that. I'm all unstrung and likely to say anything. Bernard was mixed up in politics, you know, and if the police found or thought that politics had anything to do with his death, they might— I don't know just what I mean. I'm a nervous, broken woman and full of crazy notions."
She stretched a thin hand out to me.
"Straighten this tangle out for me. Find the person who killed Bernard."
I nodded with empty assurance, still not any too pleased with my client. "Do you know this Kenbrook woman?" I asked.
"I've seen her on the street, and that's enough to know what kind of a person she is."
"Did you tell the police about her?"
No."
She looked out the window again, and then as I waited, she added defensively,
"The police detectives who came to see me acted as if they thought I might have killed Bernard. I was afraid to tell them that I had cause for jealousy. Maybe I shouldn't have kept quiet about that woman, but I didn't think she had done it until afterward, when the police failed to find the murderer. Then I began to think she had done it, but I couldn't make myself go to the police and tell them that I had withheld information. I knew what they'd think. So you can twist it around so it'll look like I hadn't known about the woman, can't you?"
"Possibly. Now, as I understand it, your husband was shot on Pine Street between Leavenworth and Jones at about 3 o'clock Tuesday morning. That right?"
"Yes."
"Where was he going?"
"Coming home, I suppose. But I don't know where he had been. Nobody knows. The police haven't found out, if they have tried. He told me Monday evening that he had a business engagement. He was a building contractor, you know. He went out at about 11:30, saying he would probably be gone 4 or 5 hours.
"Wasn't that an unusual hour to be keeping a business engagement?"
"Not for Bernard. He often had men come to the house at midnight."
"Can you make any guess at all where he was going that night?" She shook her head with emphasis.
"No, I knew nothing at all about his business affairs, and even the men in his office didn't seem to know where he went that night."
That wasn't unlikely. Most of the B.F. Gilmore Construction Company's work had been on city and state contracts, and it isn't altogether unheard of for secret conferences to go with that kind of work. Your politician contractor doesn't always move in the open. "How about enemies?" I asked.
"I don't know anybody that hated him enough to kill him."
"Where does this Kenbrook woman live, do you know?"
"Yes, in the Garford Apartments on Bush Street."
"Nothing you've forgotten to tell me, is there?" I asked, stressing the me a little.
"No, I've told you everything I know, every single thing."
Walking over to California Street, I shook down my memory for what I had heard here and there of Bernard Gilmore. I could remember a few things. The opposition papers had been in the habit of exposing him every election year, but none of them got me anywhere. I had known him by sight, a boisterous, red-faced man who had hammered his way up from hod carrier to the ownership of a $500,000 business and a pretty place in politics. A roughneck with a manicure, somebody had called him, a man with a lot of enemies and more friends, a big, good-natured, hard-hitting rowdy. Odds and ends of a dozen graft scandals in which he had been mixed up, without anybody ever really getting anything on him, flitted through my head as I rode downtown on the too small outside seat of a cable car. Then there had been some talk of a bootlegging syndicate of which he was supposed to be the head. I left the car at Kearny Street and walked over to the Hall of Justice. In the detectives' assembly room I found Agar, the detective sergeant in charge of the homicide detail, a squat man of 50 who went in for wide-brimmed hats of the movie sheriff sort, but whose little blue eyes and bullet head weren't handicapped by the trick headgear. "I want some dope on the Gilmore killing," I told him. "So do I," he came back. "But if you'll come along, I'll tell you what little I know while I'm eating. I ain't had lunch yet." Safe from eavesdroppers in the clatter of a Sutter Street lunchroom, the detective sergeant leaned over his clam chowder and told me what he knew about the murder, which wasn't much. "One of the boys, Kelly, was walking his beat early Tuesday morning, coming down the Jones Street hill from California Street to Pine. It was about 3 o'clock. No fog or nothing. A clear night. Kelly's within maybe 20 feet of Pine Street when he hears a shot. He whisks around the corner, and there's a man lying on the north sidewalk of Pine Street, halfway between Jones and Leavenworth. Nobody else is in sight.
Kelly runs up to the man and finds it's Gilmore. Gilmore dies before he can say a word. The doctors say he was knocked down and then shot, because there's a bruise on his forehead, and the bullet slanted upward in his chest. See what I mean? He was lying on his back when the bullet hit him, with his feet pointing toward the gun it came from. It was a .38. Any money on him? Hogar fed himself 2 spoons of chowder and nodded. 600 smacks, a couple of diamonds, and a watch. Nothing touched. What was he doing on Pine Street at that time in the morning? Damned if I know, brother. Chances are he was going home, but we can't find out where he'd been. Don't even know what direction he was walking in when he was knocked over. He was lying across the sidewalk with his feet to the curb, but that don't mean nothing. He could have turned around 3 or 4 times after he was hit. All apartment buildings in that block, aren't there? Uh-huh. There's an alley or 2 running off from the south side, but Kelly says he could see the mouths of both alleys when the shot was fired, before he turned the corner. And nobody got away through them. Reckon somebody who lives in the block did the shooting? I asked. Hogar tilted his bowl, scooped up the last drops of his chowder, put them in his mouth, and grunted. Maybe. But we got nothing to show that Gilmore knew anybody in that block. Many people gather around afterward? A few. There's always people on the block to come running if anything happens. But Kelly says there wasn't anybody that looked wrong. Just the ordinary night crowd. The boys gave the neighborhood a combing, but didn't turn up anything. Any cars around? Kelly says there wasn't, that he didn't see any, and couldn't have missed seeing it if there had been one. What do you think? I asked. He got to his feet, glaring at me. I don't think, he said disagreeably. I'm a police detective. I knew by that somebody had been panning him for not finding the murderer. I have a line on a woman, I told him. Want to come along and talk to her with me? I want to, he growled, but I can't. I got to be in court this afternoon. In the vestibule of the Garford Apartments, I pressed the button tagged Miss Cara Kenbrook several times before the door clicked open. Then I mounted a flight of stairs and walked down a hall to her door. It was opened presently by a tall girl of 23 or 4 in a black and white crepe dress. Miss Cara Kenbrook? Yes. I gave her a card, one of those that tell the truth about me. I'd like to ask you a few questions. May I come in? Do. Languidly, she stepped aside for me to enter, closed the door behind me, and led me back into a living room that was littered with newspapers, cigarettes in all stages of consumption from unlighted freshness to cold ash, and miscellaneous articles of feminine clothing. She made room for me on a chair by dumping off a pair of pink silk stockings and a hat, and herself sat on some magazines that occupied another chair. I'm interested in Bernard Gilmore's death, I said, watching her face. It wasn't a beautiful face, although it should have been. Everything was there, perfect features, smooth white skin, big, almost enormous brown eyes. But the eyes were dead dull, and the face was as empty of expression as a china doorknob, and what I said didn't change it. Bernard Gilmore, she said without interest. Oh, yes. You and he were pretty close friends, weren't you? I asked, puzzled by her blankness. We had been, yes. What do you mean by had been? She pushed back a lock of her short-cut brown hair with a lazy hand. I gave him the air last week, she said casually, as if speaking of something that had happened years ago. When was the last time you saw him? Last week. Monday, I think. A week before he was killed. Was that the time when you broke off with him? Yes. Have a row or part friends? Not exactly either. I just told him that I was through with him. How did he take it? It didn't break his heart. I guess he'd heard the same thing before. Where were you the night he was killed? At the coffee cup, drinking, dancing with friends until about 1 o'clock. Then I came home and went to bed. Why did you split with Gilmore? Couldn't stand his wife. Huh? She was a nuisance. This without the faintest glint of either annoyance or humor. She came here one night and raised a racket. So I told Bernie that if he couldn't keep her away from me, he'd have to find another playmate. Have you any idea who might have killed him? I asked. Not unless it was his wife. These excitable women always do silly things.
If you had given her husband up, what reason could she have for killing him, do you think?
I'm sure I don't know, she replied with a complete indifference. But I'm not the only girl that Bernie ever looked at.
Think there were others, do you? Know anything, or are you just guessing?
I don't know any names, she said, but I'm not just guessing.
I let that go at that, and switched back to Mrs. Gilmore, wondering if this girl could be full of dope. What happened the night his wife came here?
Nothing but that. She followed Bernie here, rang the bell, rushed past me when I opened the door, and began to cry and call Bernie names. Then she started on me, and I told him that if he didn't take her away, I'd hurt her. So he took her home.
Admitting I was licked for the time, I got up and moved to the door. I couldn't do anything with this baby just now. I didn't think she was telling the whole truth, but on the other hand, it wasn't reasonable to believe that anybody would lie so woodenly, with so little effort to be plausible. I may be back later, I said as she let me out.
All right.
Her manner didn't even suggest that she hoped I wouldn't. From this unsatisfactory interview, I went to the scene of the killing, only a few blocks away, to get a look at the neighborhood. I found the block just as I had remembered it, and as Ogar had described it, lined on both sides by apartment buildings, with two blind alleys, one of which was dignified with a name, Touchard Street, running from the south side. The murder was 4 days old. I didn't waste any time snooping around the vicinity, but after strolling the length of the block, boarded a Hyde Street car, transferred at California Street, and went up to see Mrs. Gilmore again. I was curious to know why she hadn't told me about her call on Kara Kenbrook. The same plump maid who had admitted me earlier in the afternoon opened the door.
Mrs. Gilmore's not at home, she said, but I think she'll be back in half an hour or so.
I'll wait, I decided. The maid took me into the library, an immense room on the second floor with barely enough books in it to give it that name. She switched on a light. The windows were too heavily curtained to let in much daylight, crossed to the door, stopped, moved over to straighten some books on a shelf, and looked at me with a half-questioning, half-inviting look in her green eyes, started for the door again, and halted. By that time I knew she wanted to say something and needed encouragement. I leaned back in my chair and grinned at her, and decided I had made a mistake. The smile into which her slack lips curved held more coquetry than anything else. She came over to me, walking with an exaggerated swing of the hips, and stood close in front of me. "What's on your mind?" I asked.
Suppose a woman knew something that nobody else knew. What would it be worth to them?
That, I stalled, would depend on how valuable it was.
Suppose I knew who killed the boss.
She bent her face close down to mine and spoke in a husky whisper.
What would that be worth?
The newspapers say that one of Gilmore's clubs has offered a $1,000 reward. You'd get that. Her green eyes went greedy and then suspicious.
If you didn't?
I shrugged. I knew she'd go through with it, whatever it was now. So I didn't even explain to her that Continental doesn't touch rewards and doesn't let its hired men touch them. I'll give you my word, I said, but you'll have to use your own judgment about trusting me. She licked her lips.
You're a good fellow, I guess. I wouldn't tell the police because I know they'd beat me out of the money. But you look like I can trust you.
She leered into my face.
I used to have a gentleman friend who was the very image of you, and he was the grandest.
Better speak your piece before somebody comes in, I suggested. She shot a look at the door, cleared her throat, licked her loose mouth again, and dropped on one knee beside my chair.
I was coming home late Monday night, the night my boss was killed, and was standing in the shadows saying good night to my friend when the boss came out of the house and walked down the street. And he had hardly got to the corner when she, Mrs. Gilmore, came out and went down the street after him. Not trying to catch up with him, you understand, but following him. What do you think of that?
What do you think of it?
I think that she finally woke up to the fact that all of her Bernie's dates didn't have anything to do with the building business.
You know they didn't?
Do I know it? I knew that man. He liked them all.
She smiled into my face, a smile that suggested all evil.
I found that out soon after I first came here.
Do you know when Mrs. Gilmore came back that night? What time?
Yes, she said, at 3:30.
Sure?
Absolutely. After I got undressed, I got a blanket and sat at the head of the front stairs. My room's in the rear of the top floor. I wanted to see if they came home together and if there was a fight. After she came alone, I went back to my room, and it was just 25 minutes to 4 then. I looked at my alarm clock.
Did you see her when she came in?
Just the top of her head and shoulders when she turned toward her room at the landing.
What's your name? I asked.
Lena Best.
All right, Lena, I told her. If this is the goods, I'll see that you collect on it. Keep your eyes open, and if anything else turns up, you can get in touch with me at the Continental office. Now you'd better beat it, so nobody'll know we've had our heads together. Alone in the library, I cocked an eye at the ceiling and considered the information Lena Best had given me, but I soon gave that up. No use trying to guess at things that will work out for themselves in a while. I found a book and spent the next half hour reading about a sweet young she-chump and a big, strong he-chump and all their troubles. Then Mrs. Gilmore came in, apparently straight from the street. I got up and closed the door behind her while she watched me with wide eyes. "Mrs. Gilmore," I said when I faced her again, "why didn't you tell me that you followed your husband the night he was killed?"
"That's a lie," she cried, but there was no truth in her voice. "That's a lie."
"Don't you think you're making a mistake?" I urged. "Don't you think you'd better tell me the whole thing?" She opened her mouth, but only a dry sobbing sound came out, and she began to sway with a hysterical rocking motion, the fingers of one black-gloved hand plucking at her lower lip, twisting and pulling it. I stepped to her side and set her down in the chair I had been sitting in, making foolish clucking sounds meant to soothe her with my tongue. A disagreeable 10 minutes, and gradually she pulled herself together. Her eyes lost their glassiness, and she stopped clawing at her mouth.
"I did follow him."
It was a hoarse whisper, barely audible. Then she was out of the chair, kneeling with arms held up to me, and her voice was a thin scream.
"But I didn't kill him. I didn't. Please believe that I didn't."
I picked her up and put her back in the chair. "I didn't say you did. Just tell me what did happen."
"I didn't believe him when he said he had a business engagement," she moaned. "I didn't trust him. He had lied to me before. I followed him to see if he went to that woman's rooms."
"Did he?"
"No. He went to an apartment house on Pine Street, in the block where he was killed. I don't know exactly what house it was. I was too far behind him to make sure, but I saw him go up the steps and into one near the middle of the block."
"And then what did you do?"
"I waited, hiding in a dark doorway across the street. I knew the woman's apartment was on Bush Street, but I thought she might have moved or be meeting him here. I waited a long time, shivering and trembling. It was chilly, and I was frightened, afraid somebody would come into the vestibule where I was. But I made myself stay. I wanted to see if he came out alone or if that woman came out. I had a right to do it. He had deceived me before. It was terrible, horrible, crouching there in the dark, cold and scared. Then, it must have been about 2:30. I couldn't stand it any longer. I decided to telephone the woman's apartment and find out if she was home. I went down to an all-night lunchroom on Ellis Street and called her up."
"Was she home?"
"No. I tried for 15 minutes, or maybe longer, but nobody answered the phone. So I knew she was in the Pine Street building."
"And what did you do then?"
"I went back there, determined to wait until he came out. I walked up Jones Street. When I was between Bush and Pine, I heard a shot. I thought it was a noise made by an automobile then, but now I know it was the shot that killed Bernie. When I reached the corner of Pine and Jones, I could see a policeman bending over Bernie on the sidewalk, and I saw people gathering around. I didn't know then it was Bernie lying on the sidewalk. In the dark and at that distance, I couldn't even see whether it was a man or a woman. I was afraid that Bernard would come out to see what was going on or look out of a window and discover me, so I didn't go down that way. I was afraid to stay in the neighborhood now, for fear the police would ask me what I was doing loitering in the street at 3 in the morning, and have it come out that I had been following my husband. So I kept on walking up Jones Street to California, and then straight home.
And then what? I led her on.
Then I went to bed. I didn't go to sleep. Lay there worrying over Bernie, but still not thinking it was he I had seen lying in the street. At 9 o'clock that morning, 2 police detectives came and told me that Bernie had been killed. They questioned me so sharply that I was afraid to tell them the whole truth. If they had known I had reason for being jealous and had followed my husband that night, they would have accused me of shooting him. And what could I have done? Everybody would have thought me guilty. So I didn't say anything about the woman. I thought they'd find the murderer and everything would be all right. I didn't think she had done it then, or I would have told you the whole thing the first time you were here. But 4 days went by without the police finding the murderer, and so I began to think they suspected me. It was terrible. I couldn't go to them and confess that I had lied to them, and I was sure that the woman had killed him and that the police had failed to suspect her because I hadn't told them about her. So I employed you. But I was afraid to tell even you the whole truth. I thought that if I just told you there had been another woman, and who she was, you could do the rest without having to know that I had followed Bernie that night. I was afraid you would think I had killed him, and you would turn me over to the police if I told you everything. And now you do believe it, and you'll have me arrested, and they'll hang me. I know it, I know it.
She began to rock crazily from side to side in her chair. Shh, I soothed her. You're not arrested yet. Shh. I didn't know what to make of her story. The trouble with these nervous, hysterical women is that you can't possibly tell when they're lying and when telling the truth unless you have outside evidence. Half of the time they themselves don't know. When you heard the shot, I went on when she had quieted down a bit, you were walking north on Jones between Bush and Pine? You could see the corner of Pine and Jones?
Yes, clearly.
See anybody?
No, not until I reached the corner and looked down Pine Street. Then I saw a policeman bending over Bernie, and 2 men walking toward them.
Where were the 2 men?
On Pine Street, east of Jones. They didn't have hats on, as if they had come out of a house when they heard the shot.
Any automobiles in sight, either before or after you heard the shot?
I didn't see or hear any.
I have some more questions, Mrs. Gilmore, I said. But I'm in a hurry now. Please don't go out until you hear from me again.
I won't, she promised, but...
I didn't have any answers for anybody's questions, so I ducked my head and left the library. Near the street door, Lena Best appeared out of a shadow, her eyes bright and inquisitive. Stick around, I said without any meaning at all, stepped around her, and went on out into the street. I returned then to the Garford Apartments, walking, because I had a lot of things to arrange in my mind before I faced Kara Kenbrook again. And even though I walked slowly, they weren't all exactly filed in alphabetical order when I got there. She had changed the black and white dress for a plush-like gown of bright green, but her empty doll's face hadn't changed. Some more questions, I explained when she opened the door. She admitted me without word or gesture and led me back into the room where we had talked before. Miss Kenbrook, I asked, standing beside the chair she had offered me, why did you tell me you were home in bed when Gilmore was killed?
Because it's so.
Without the flicker of a lash. And you wouldn't answer the doorbell? I had to twist the facts to make my point. Mrs. Gilmore had phoned, but I couldn't afford to give this girl a chance to shunt the blame for her failure to answer off on Central. She hesitated for a split second.
No, because I didn't hear it.
One cool article, this baby. I couldn't figure her. I didn't know then, and I don't know now, whether she was the owner of the world's best poker face or was just naturally stupid. But whichever she was thoroughly and completely it. I stopped trying to guess and got on with my probing. And you wouldn't answer the phone, either?
It didn't ring, or not enough to waken me.
I chuckled, an artificial chuckle, because Central could have been ringing the wrong number. However, Miss Kenbrook, I lied, your phone rang at 2:30, and at 2:40 that morning, and your doorbell rang almost continually from about 2:50 until after 3.
Perhaps, she said, but I wonder who'd be trying to get me at that hour.
You didn't hear either?
No.
But you were here?
Yes. Who was it?
Carelessly. Get your hat, I bluffed, and I'll show them to you down at headquarters. She glanced down at the green gown and walked toward an open bedroom door.
I suppose I'd better get a cloak, too, she said.
Yes, I advised her, and bring your toothbrush. She turned around then and looked at me, and for a moment it seemed that some sort of expression, surprise maybe, was about to come into her big brown eyes, but none actually came. The eyes stayed dull and empty.
You mean you're arresting me?
Not exactly. But if you stick to your story about being home in bed at 3 o'clock last Tuesday morning, I can promise you you will be arrested. If I were you, I'd think up another story. She left the doorway slowly and came back into the room, as far as the chair that stood between us, put her hands on its back, and leaned over it to look at me. For perhaps a minute neither of us spoke, just stood there staring at each other, while I tried to keep my face as expressionless as hers.
Do you really think, she asked at last, that I wasn't here when Bernie was killed?
I'm a busy man, Miss Kenbrook. I put all the certainty I could fake into my voice. If you want to stick to your funny story, it's all right with me, but please don't expect me to stand here and argue about it. Get your hat and cloak. She shrugged and came around the chair on which she had been leaning.
I suppose you do know something, she said, sitting down. Well, it's tough on Stan, but women and children first.
My ears twitched at the name Stan, but I didn't interrupt her.
I was at the coffee cup until 1 o'clock, she was saying, her voice still flat and emotionless. And I did come home afterward. I'd been drinking vino all evening, and it always makes me blue. So after I came home, I got to worrying over things. Since Bernie and I split, finances haven't been so good. I took stock that night or morning, and found only $4 in my purse. The rent was due, and the world looked damned blue. Half lit on Dago wine as I was, I decided to run over and see Stan, tell him all my troubles, and make a touch. Stan is a good egg, and he's always willing to go to the limit for me. Sober, I wouldn't have gone to see him at 3 in the morning, but it seemed a perfectly sensible thing to do at the time. It's only a few minutes' walk from here to Stan's. I went down Bush Street to Leavenworth, and up Leavenworth to Pine. I was in the middle of that last block when Bernie was shot. I heard it. And when I turned the corner into Pine Street, I saw a copper bending over a man on the pavement right in front of Stan's. I hesitated for a couple of minutes, standing in the shadow of a pole, until 3 or 4 men had gathered around the man on the sidewalk. Then I went over. It was Bernie. And just as I got there, I heard the copper tell one of the men that he had been shot. It was an awful shock to me. You know how things like that will hit you.
I nodded, though God knows there was nothing in this girl's face, manner, or voice to suggest shock. She might have been talking about the weather.
Dumbfounded, not knowing what to do, she went on. I didn't even stop. I went on, passing as close to Bernie as I am to you now, and rang Stan's bell. He let me in. He had been half undressed when I rang. His rooms are in the rear of the building, and he hadn't heard the shot, he said. He didn't know Bernie had been killed until I told him. It sort of knocked the wind out of him. He said Bernie had been there in Stan's rooms since midnight and had just left. Stan asked me what I was doing there, and I told him my tale of woe. That was the first time Stan knew that Bernie and I were so thick. I met Bernie through Stan, but Stan didn't know we had got so chummy. Stan was worried for fear that it would come out that Bernie had been to see him that night, because it would make a lot of trouble for him. Some sort of shady deal they had on, I guess. So he didn't go out to see Bernie. That's about all there is to it. I got some money from Stan and stayed in his rooms until the police had cleared out of the neighborhood, because neither of us wanted to get mixed up in anything. Then I came home. That's straight, on the level.
"Why didn't you get this off your chest before?" I demanded, knowing the answer. It came.
I was afraid. Suppose I told about Bernie throwing me down and said I was close to him, a block or so away when he was killed, and was half full of vino. The first thing everybody would have said was that I had shot him. I'd lie about it still if I thought you'd believe me.
"So Bernie was the one who broke off, and not you?"
Oh, yes, she said lightly.
I lit a Fatima and breathed smoke in silence for a while, and the girl sat placidly watching me. Here I had two women, neither normal. Mrs. Gilmore was hysterical, abnormally nervous. This girl was dull, subnormal. One was the dead man's wife, the other his mistress, and each with reason for believing she had been thrown down for the other. Liars both, and both finally confessing that they had been near the scene of the crime, at the time of the crime, though neither admitting to seeing the other. Both, by their own accounts, had been at that time even further from normal than usual. Mrs. Gilmore, filled with jealousy, Kara Kenbrook, half drunk. What was the answer? Either could have killed Gilmore, but hardly both, unless they had formed some sort of crazy partnership, and in that event, suddenly all the facts I had gathered, true and false, clicked together in my head. I had the answer, the one simple, satisfying answer. I grinned at the girl and set about filling in the gaps in my solution. "Who is Stan?" I asked.
Stanley Tennant. He has something to do with the city.
Stanley Tennant. I knew him by reputation. A key rattled in the hall door. The hall door opened and closed, and a man's footsteps came toward the open doorway of the room in which we were. A tall, broad-shouldered man in tweeds filled the doorway, a ruddy-faced man of 35 or so, whose appearance of athletic blonde wholesomeness was marred by close-set eyes of an indistinct blue. Seeing me, he stopped, a step inside the room. "Hello, Stan," the girl said lightly. "This gentleman is from the Continental Detective Agency. I've just emptied myself to him about Bernie. Tried to stall him at first, but it was no good." The man's vague eyes switched back and forth between the girl and me. Around the pale irises, his eyeballs were pink. He straightened his shoulders and smiled too jovially. "And what conclusion have you come to?" he inquired. The girl answered for me.
"I've already had my invitation to take a ride."
Tennant bent forward. With an unbroken swing of his arms, he swept a chair up from the floor into my face. Not much force behind it, but quick. I went back against the wall, fending off the chair with both arms, threw it aside, and looked into the muzzle of a nickeled revolver. A table drawer stood open, the drawer from which he had grabbed the gun while I was busy with the chair. The revolver, I noticed, was of .38 caliber. "Now," his voice was thick like a drunk's, "turn around." I turned my back to him, felt a hand moving over my body, and my gun was taken away. "All right," he said, and I faced him again. He stepped back to the girl's side, still holding the nickel-plated revolver on me. My own gun wasn't in sight, in his pocket perhaps. He was breathing noisily, and his eyeballs had gone from pink to red. His face, too, was red, with veins bulging in the forehead. "You know me?" he snapped. "Yes, I know you. You're Stanley Tennant, assistant city engineer, and your record is none too lovely." I chattered away on the theory that conversation is always somehow to the advantage of the man who is looking into the gun. You're supposed to be the lad who supplied the regiment of well-trained witnesses who turned last year's investigation of graft charges against the engineer's office into a comedy. Yes, Mr. Tennant, I know you. You're the answer to why Gilmore was so lucky in landing city contracts with bids only a few dollars beneath his competitors. Yes, Mr. Tennant, I know you. You're the bright boy who— I had a lot more to tell him, but he cut me off. "That will do out of you," he yelled, "unless you want me to knock a corner off your head with this gun." Then he addressed the girl, not taking his eyes from me. "Get up, Kara." She got up out of the chair and stood beside him. His gun was in his right hand, and that side was toward her. He moved around to the other side. The fingers of his left hand hooked themselves inside the girl's green gown, where it was cut low over the swell of her breasts. His gun never wavered from me. He jerked his left hand, ripping her gown down to the waistline. "He did that, Kara," Tennant said. She nodded. His fingers slid inside the flesh-colored undergarment that was now exposed, and he tore that as he had torn the gown. "He did that." She nodded again. His bloodshot eyes darted little measuring glances at her face, swift glances that never kept his eyes from me for the flash of time I would have needed to tie into him. Then, eyes and gun on me, he smashed his left fist into the girl's blank white face. One whimper, low and not drawn out, came from her as she went down in a huddle against the wall. Her face, well, there wasn't much change in it. She turned dumbly up at Tennant from where she had fallen. "He did that," Tennant was saying. She nodded, got up from the floor, and returned to her chair. "Here's our story." The man talked rapidly, his eyes alert on me. "Gilmore was never in my rooms in his life, Kara, and neither were you. The night he was killed, you were home shortly after 1 o'clock and stayed here. You were sick, probably from the wine you had been drinking, and called a doctor. His name is Howard. I'll see that he's fixed. He got here at 2:30 and stayed till 3:30. Today, this gumshoe, learning you had been intimate with Gilmore, came here to question you. He knew you hadn't killed Gilmore, but he made certain suggestions to you. You can play him up as strong as you like, maybe that he's been annoying you for months, and when you turned him down, he threatened to frame you. You refused to have anything to do with him, and he grabbed you, tearing your clothes and bruising your face when you resisted. I happened to come along then, having an engagement with you, and heard you scream. Your front door was unlocked, so I rushed in, pulled the fellow away, and disarmed him. Then we held him until the police, whom we'll phone for, came. Got that?"
"Yes, Stan."
"Good. Now listen. When the police get here, this fellow will spill all he knows, of course, and the chances are that all three of us will be taken in. That's why I want you to know what's what right now. I ought to have enough pull to get you and me out on bail tonight, or if worse comes to worse, to see that my lawyer gets to me tonight, so I can arrange for the witnesses we'll need. And I also ought to be able to fix it so our little fat friend will be held for a day or two and not allowed to see anybody until late tomorrow, which will give us a good start on him. I don't know how much he knows, but between your story and the stories of a couple of other smart little ladies I have in mind, I'll fix him up with a rep that will keep any jury in the world from ever believing him about anything. How do you like that?" he asked me triumphantly. "You big clown," I laughed at him. "I think it's funny." But I didn't really think so. In spite of what I thought I knew about Gilmore's murder, in spite of my simple, satisfactory solution, something was crawling up my back. My knees felt jerky, and my hands were wet with sweat. I had enough people trying to frame me before. No detective stays in the business long without having it happen, but I had never gotten used to it. There's a peculiar deadliness about the thing, especially if you know how erratic juries can be, that makes your flesh crawl, no matter how safe your judgment tells you you are. "Phone the police," Tennant told the girl. "But for God's sake, keep your story straight." As he tried to impress that necessity on the girl, his eyes left me. I was perhaps 5 feet from him and his level gun. A jump, not straight at him, but off to one side, put me close. The gun roared under my arm. I was surprised not to feel the bullet. It seemed that he must have hit me. There wasn't a second shot. I looped my right fist over as I jumped. It landed when I landed. It took him too high, up on the cheekbone, but it rocked him back a couple of steps. I didn't know what had happened to his gun. It wasn't in his hand anymore. I didn't stop to look for it. I was busy, crowding him back, not letting him set himself, staying close to him, driving at him with both hands. He was a head taller than I, had longer arms, but he wasn't any heavier or stronger. I suppose he hit me now and then as I hammered him across the room. He must have, but I didn't feel anything. I worked him into a corner, jammed him back in a corner with his legs cramped under him, which didn't give him much leverage to hit from. I got my left arm around his body, holding him where I wanted him, and began to throw my right fist into him. I liked that. His belly was flabby, and it got softer every time I hit it. I hit it often. He was chopping at my face, but by digging my nose into his chest and holding it there, I kept my beauty from being altogether ruined. Meanwhile, I threw my right fist into him. Then I became aware that Kara Kenbrook was moving around behind me, and I remembered the revolver that had fallen somewhere when I had charged Tennant. I didn't like that, but there was nothing I could do about it, except put more weight in my punches. My own gun, I thought, was in one of his pockets, but neither of us had time to hunt for it now. Tennant's knees sagged the next time I hit him. One more, I said to myself, and then I'll step back, let him have one on a button, and watch him fall. But I didn't get that far. Something that I knew was the missing revolver struck me on the top of the head. An ineffectual blow, not clean enough to stun me, but it took the steam out of my punches. Another. They weren't hard, these taps, but to hurt a skull with a hunk of metal, you don't have to hit it hard. I tried to twist away from the next bump and failed. Not only failed, but let Tennant wriggle away from me. That was the end. I wheeled on the girl, just in time to take another rap on the head, and then one of Tennant's fists took me over the ear. I went down in one of those falls that gets pugs called quitters. My eyes were open, my mind was alive, but my legs and arms wouldn't lift me up from the floor. Tennant took my own gun out of a pocket, and with it held on me, sat down in a Morris chair to gasp for the air that I had pounded out of him. The girl sat in another chair, and I, finding I could manage it, sat up in the middle of the floor and looked at them. Tennant spoke, still panting. "This is fine. All the signs of a struggle we need to make our story good." "If they don't believe you were in a fight," I suggested sourly, pressing my aching head with both hands, "you can strip and show them your little tummy." "And you can show them this." He leaned down and split my lip with a punch that spread me on my back. Anger brought my legs to life. I got up on them. Tennant moved around behind the Morris chair. My black gun was steady in his hand. "Go easy," he warned me. "My story will work if I have to kill you. Maybe work better." That was sense. I stood still. "Phone the police, Kara," he ordered. She went out of the room, closing the door behind her, and all I could hear of her talk was a broken murmur. 10 minutes later, 3 uniformed policemen arrived. All 3 knew Tennant, and they treated him with respect. Tennant reeled off the story he and the girl had cooked up, with a few changes to take care of the shot that had been fired from the nickeled gun in our roughhouse. She nodded her head vigorously whenever a policeman looked at her. Tennant turned both guns over to the white-haired sergeant in charge. I didn't argue, didn't deny anything, but told the sergeant, "I'm working with Detective Sergeant O'Gar on a job. I want to talk to him over the phone, and then I want you to take all 3 of us down to the Detective Bureau." Tennant objected to that, of course, not because he expected to gain anything, but on the off chance that he might. The white-haired sergeant looked from one of us to the other in puzzlement, me with my skinned face and split lip, Tennant with a red lump under one eye where my first wallop had landed, and the girl with most of the clothes above the waistline ripped off and a bruised cheek. "It has a queer look, this thing," the sergeant decided aloud. "And I shouldn't wonder but what the Detective Bureau is the place for the lot of you." One of the policemen went into the hall with me, and I got O'Gar on the phone at his home. It was nearly 10 o'clock by now, and he was preparing for bed. "Cleaning up the Gilmore murder," I told him. "Meet me at the hall. Will you get hold of Kelly, the patrolman who found Gilmore, and bring him down there? I want him to look at some people." "I will that," O'Gar promised, and I hung up. The wagon in which the 3 policemen had answered Kara Kenbrook's call had carried us down to the Hall of Justice, where we all went into the captain of detective's office. McTeague, a lieutenant, was on duty. I knew McTeague, and we were on pretty good terms, But I wasn't an influence in local politics, and Tennant was. I don't mean that McTeague would have knowingly helped Tennant frame me, but with me stacked up against the assistant city engineer, I knew who would get the benefit of any doubt there might be. My head was thumping and roaring just now with knots all over it where the girl had beamed me. I sat down, kept quiet, and nursed my head, while Tennant and Kara Kenbrook, with a lot of details that they had not wasted on the uniformed men, told their tale and showed their injuries. Tennant was talking, describing the terrible scene that had met his eyes when, drawn by the girl's screams, he had rushed into her apartment, when Ogar came into the office. He recognized Tennant with a lifted eyebrow and came over to sit beside me. "What the hell is all this?" he muttered. "A lovely mess," I whispered back. "Listen, in that nickel gun on the desk, there's an empty shell. Get it for me." He scratched his head doubtfully, listened to the next few words of Tennant's yarn, glanced at me out of the corner of his eye, and then went over to the desk and picked up the revolver. McTeague looked at him, a sharp, questioning look. "Something on the Gilmore killing," the detective sergeant said, breaking the gun. The lieutenant started to speak, changed his mind, and Ogar brought the shell over and handed it to me. "Thanks," I said, putting it in my pocket. "Now listen to my friend there. It's a good act, if you like it." Tennant was winding up his history. "Naturally, a man who tried a thing like that on an unprotected woman would be yellow, so it wasn't very hard to handle him after I got the gun away from him. I hit him a couple of times, and he quit, begging me to stop, getting down on his knees. Then we called the police." McTeague looked at me with eyes that were cold and hard. Tennant had made a believer of him, and not only of him. The police sergeant and his 2 men were glowering at me. I suspected that even Ogar, with whom I had been through a dozen storms, would have been half convinced if the engineer hadn't added the neat touches about my kneeling. "Well, what have you got to say?" McTeague challenged me, in a tone which suggested that it didn't make much difference what I said. "I've got nothing to say about this dream," I said shortly. "I'm interested in the Gilmore murder, not in this stuff." I turned to Ogar. "Is the patrolman here?" The detective sergeant went to the door and called, "Oh, Kelly!" Kelly came in, a big, straight-standing man, with iron-gray hair and an intelligent, fat face. "You found Gilmore's body?" I asked. "I did." I pointed at Kara Kenbrook. "Ever see her before?" His gray eyes studied her carefully. "Not that I remember," he answered. "Did she come up the street while you were looking at Gilmore and go into the house he was lying in front of?" "She did not." I took out the empty shell Ogar had got for me and chucked it down on the desk in front of the patrolman. "Kelly," I asked, "why did you kill Gilmore?" Kelly's right hand went under his coat tail at his hip. I jumped for him. Somebody grabbed me by the neck. Somebody else piled on my back. McTeague aimed a big fist in my face, but it missed. My legs had been suddenly kicked out from under me, and I went down hard with men all over me. When I was yanked to my feet again, Big Kelly stood straight up by the desk, weighing his service revolver in his hand. His clear eyes met mine, and he laid the weapon on the desk. Then he unfastened his shield and put it with the gun. "It was an accident," he said simply. By this time, the birds who had been manhandling me woke up to the fact that maybe they were missing part of the play, that maybe I wasn't a maniac. Hands dropped off me, and presently everybody was listening to Kelly. He told his story with unhurried evenness, his eyes never wavering or clouding. A deliberate man, though unlucky. "I was walking my beat that night, and as I turned the corner of Jones and Pine, I saw a man jump back from the steps of a building into the vestibule. A burglar, I thought, and cat-footed it down there. It was a dark vestibule and deep, and I saw something that looked like a man in it, but I wasn't sure. 'Come out of there,' I called, but there was no answer. I took my gun in my hand and started up the steps. I saw him move just then, coming out, and my foot slipped. It was worn smooth, the bottom step, and my foot slipped. I fell forward, the gun went off, and the bullet hit him. He had come out a ways by then, and when the bullet hit him, he toppled over frontwise, tumbling down the steps into the sidewalk. When I looked at him, I saw it was Gilmore.
I knew him to say howdy to, and he knew me, which is why he must have ducked out of sight when he saw me coming around the corner. He didn't want me to see him coming out of a building when I knew Mr. Tennant lived, I suppose, thinking I'd put two and two together and maybe talk. I don't say that I did the right thing by lying, but it didn't hurt anybody. It was an accident, but he was a man with a lot of friends up in high places, and accident or no, I stood a chance of being broke, and maybe sent over for a while. So I told my story the way you people know it. I couldn't say I'd seen anything suspicious, without maybe putting the blame on some innocent party, and I didn't want that. I made up my mind that if anybody was arrested for the murder and things looked bad for them, I'd come out and say I'd done it. Home, you'll find a confession all written out in case something happened to me, so nobody else ever would be blamed. That's why I had to say I'd never seen the lady before. I did see her. Saw her go into the building that night, the building Gilmore had come out of, but I couldn't say so without making it look bad for her, so I lied. I could have thought up a better story if I'd had more time, I don't doubt, but I had to think quick. Anyways, I'm glad it's all over. Kelly and the other uniformed policemen had left the office, which now held McTeague, O'Gar, Kara Kenbrook, Tennant, and me. Tennant had crossed to my side and was apologizing. "I hope you let me square myself for this evening's work. But you know how it is when somebody you care for is in a jam. I'd have killed you if I'd thought it would help Kara. On the level. Why didn't you tell us that you didn't suspect her?" "But I did suspect the pair of you," I said. "It looked as if Kelly had to be the guilty one, but you people carried on so much that I began to feel doubtful. For a while it was funny, you thinking that she had done it, and she thinking you had, although I suppose each had sworn to his or her innocence. But after a time it stopped being funny. You carried it too far." "How did you rap to Kelly?" O'Gar at my shoulder asked. Miss Kenbrook was walking north on Leavenworth, and was halfway between bush and pine when the shot was fired. She saw nobody, no cars, until she rounded the corner. Mrs. Gilmore, walking north on Jones, was about the same distance away when she heard the shot, and she saw nobody until she reached Pine Street. If Kelly had been telling the truth, she would have seen him on Jones Street. He said he didn't turn the corner until after the shot was fired. Either of the women could have killed Gilmore, but hardly both, and I doubted that either could have shot him and gotten away without running into Kelly or the other. Suppose both of them were telling the truth. What then? Kelly must have been lying. He was the logical suspect anyway, the nearest known person to the murdered man when the shot was fired. To back all this up, he had let Miss Kenbrook go into the apartment building at 3 a.m, in front of which a man had just been killed, without questioning her or mentioning her in his report. That looked as if he knew who had done the killing. So I took a chance with this empty shell trick, it being a good bet that he would have thrown his away and would think that... McTeague's heavy voice interrupted my explanation. "How about this assault charge?" he asked, and had the decency to avoid my eye when I turned toward him with the others. Tennant cleared his throat. "In view of the way things have turned out, and knowing that Miss Kenbrook doesn't want the disagreeable publicity that would accompany an affair of this sort, why, I'd suggest that we drop the whole thing." He smiled brightly from McTeague to me. "You know, nothing has gone on the records yet. Make the big heap play his hand out." O'Gar growled in my ear. "Don't let him drop it." "Of course, if Miss Kenbrook doesn't want to press the charge," McTeague was saying, watching me out of the tail of his eye, "I suppose—" "If everybody understands that the whole thing was a plant," I said, "and if the policemen who heard the story are brought in here now and told by Tennant and Miss Kenbrook that it was all a lie, then I'm willing to let it go at that. Otherwise, I won't stand for a hush-up." "You're a damned fool," O'Gar whispered. "Put the screws on him." But I shook my head. I didn't see any sense in making a lot of trouble for myself just to make some for somebody else, and suppose Tennant proved his story. So the policemen were found and brought into the office again and told the truth.
And presently Tennant, the girl, and I were walking together like three old friends through the corridors toward the door, Tennant still asking me to let him make amends for the evening's work. "You've got to let me do something," he insisted. "It's only right." His hand dipped into his coat, and he came out with a thick billfold. "Here," he said, "let me—" We were going, at that happy moment, down the stone vestibule steps that lead to Kearney Street. 6 or 7 steps there are. "No," I said, "let me—" He was on the next to the top step when I reached up and let go. He settled in a rather limp pile at the bottom. Leaving his empty-faced lady love to watch over him, I strolled up through Portsmouth Square toward a restaurant where the steaks come thick. End of Death on Pine Street. Section 6 of the 10th Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Who Killed Bob Teal?
Teal was killed last night.
The old man, the Continental Detective Agency's San Francisco manager, spoke without looking at me. His voice was as mild as his smile, and gave no indication of the turmoil that was seething in his mind. If I kept quiet, waiting for the old man to go on, it wasn't because the news didn't mean anything to me. I had been fond of Bob Teal. We all had. He had come to the agency fresh from college 2 years before, and if ever a man had the makings of a crack detective in him, this slender, broad-shouldered lad had. 2 years is little enough time in which to pick up the first principles of sleuthing, but Bob Teal, with his quick eye, his cool nerve, balanced head, and wholehearted interest in the work, was already well along the way to expertness. I had an almost fatherly interest in him, since I had given him most of his early training. The old man didn't look at me as he went on. He was talking to the open window at his elbow.
He was shot with a .32, twice, through the heart. He was shot behind a row of signboards on the vacant lot on the northwest corner of Hyde and Eddy Streets at about 10 last night. His body was found by a patrolman a little after 11. The gun was found about 15 feet away. I have seen him, and I have gone over the ground myself. The rain last night wiped out any leads the ground may have held, but from the condition of Teal's clothing and the position in which he was found, I would say that there was no struggle, and that he was shot where he was found, and not carried there afterward. He was lying behind the signboards, about 30 feet from the sidewalk, and his hands were empty. The gun was held close enough to him to singe the breast of his coat. Apparently, no one saw or heard the shooting. The rain and wind would have kept pedestrians off the street, and would have deadened the reports of a .32, which are not especially loud anyway. The old man's pencil began to tap the desk, its gentle clicking setting my nerves on edge. Presently it stopped, and the old man went on. Teal was shadowing a Herbert Whitaker, had been shadowing him for 3 days. Whitaker is one of the partners in the firm Ogburn and Whitaker, Farm Development Engineers. They have options on a large area of land in several of the new irrigation districts. Ogburn handles the sales end, while Whitaker looks after the rest of the business, including the bookkeeping. Last week, Ogburn discovered that his partner had been making false entries. The books show certain payments made on the land, and Ogburn learned that these payments had not been made. He estimates that the amount of Whitaker's thefts may be anywhere from $150,000 to $250,000. He came in to see me 3 days ago and told me all this, and wanted to have Whitaker shadowed in an endeavor to learn what he has done with the stolen money. Their firm is still a partnership, and a partner cannot be prosecuted for stealing from the partnership, of course. Thus Ogburn could not have his partner arrested, but he hoped to find the money and then recover it through civil action. Also, he was afraid that Whitaker might disappear. I sent Teal out to shadow Whitaker.
who supposedly didn't know his partner suspected him. Now I am sending you out to find Whitaker. I am determined to find him and convict him if I have to let all regular business go and put every man I have on this job for a year. You can get Teal's reports from the clerks. Keep in touch with me." All that, from the old man, was more than an ordinary man's oath written in blood. In the clerical office I got the 2 reports Bob had turned in. There was none for the last day, of course, as he would not have written that until he had quit work for the night. The first of these 2 reports had already been copied and a copy sent to Ogburn. A typist was working on the other now. In his reports, Bob had described Whitaker as a man of about 37, with brown hair and eyes, a nervous manner, a smooth-shaven, medium-complexioned face, and rather small feet. He was about 5 feet 8 inches tall, weighed about 150 pounds, and dressed fashionably, though quietly. He lived with his wife in an apartment on Gough Street. They had no children. Ogburn had given Bob the description of Mrs. Whitaker, a short, plump, blonde woman of something less than 30. Those who remember this affair will know that the city, the detective agency, and the people involved all had names different from the ones I have given them. But they will also know that I have kept the facts true. Names of some sort are essential to clearness, and when the use of the real names might cause embarrassment or pain even, pseudonyms are the most satisfactory alternative. In shadowing Whitaker, Bob had learned nothing that seemed to be of any value in finding the stolen money. Whitaker had gone about his usual business, apparently, and Bob had seen him do nothing downright suspicious. But Whitaker had seemed very nervous, had often stopped to look around, obviously suspecting that he was being shadowed without being sure of it. On several occasions, Bob had had to drop him to avoid being recognized. On one of these occasions, while waiting in the vicinity of Whitaker's residence for him to return, Bob had seen Mrs. Whitaker, or a woman who fit the description Ogburn had given, leave in a taxicab. Bob had not tried to follow her, but he had made a memorandum of the taxi's license number. These 2 reports read and practically memorized, I left the agency and went down to Ogburn and Whitaker's suite in the Packard building. A stenographer ushered me into a tastefully furnished office, where Ogburn sat at a desk signing mail. He offered me a chair. I introduced myself to him, a medium-sized man of perhaps 35, with sleek brown hair and the cleft chin that is associated in my mind with orators, lawyers, and salesmen. "Oh, yes," he said, pushing aside the mail, his mobile, intelligent face lighting up. "Has Mr. Teal found anything?" "Mr. Teal was shot and killed last night." He looked at me blankly for a moment out of wide brown eyes, and then repeated, "Killed?" "Yes," I replied, and told him what little I knew about it. "You don't think—" He began when I had finished, and then stopped. "You don't think Herb would have done that?" "What do you think?" "I don't think Herb would commit murder. He's been jumpy the last few days, and I was beginning to think he suspected I had discovered his thefts. But I don't believe he would have gone that far, even if he knew Mr. Teal was following him. I honestly don't." "Suppose," I suggested, "that sometime yesterday Teal found out where he had put the stolen money, and then Whitaker learned that Teal knew it. Don't you think that under those circumstances Whitaker might have killed him?" "Perhaps," he said slowly, "but I'd hate to think so. In a moment of panic, Herb might— but I really don't think he would." "When did you see him last?" "Yesterday. We were here in the office together most of the day. He left for home a few minutes before 6, but I talked with him over the phone later. He called me up at home a little after 7 and said that he was coming down to see me, wanted to tell me something. I thought he was going to confess his dishonesty and that maybe we would be able to straighten out this miserable affair. But he didn't show up. Changed his mind, I suppose. His wife called up at about 10. She wanted him to bring something from downtown when he went home, but of course he wasn't here. I stayed in all evening waiting for him, but he didn't—" He stuttered, stopped talking, and his face drained white. "My God, I'm wiped out," he said faintly, as if the thought of his own position had just come to him. "Herb gone, money gone, 3 years' work gone for nothing.
And I'm legally responsible for every cent he stole. God!" He looked at me with eyes that pleaded for a contradiction, but I couldn't do anything except assure him that everything possible would be done to find both Whitaker and the money. I left him, trying frantically to get his attorney on the telephone. From Ogburn's office, I went up to Whitaker's apartment. As I turned the corner below into Gough Street, I saw a big, hulking man going up the apartment house steps and recognized him as George Dean. Hurrying to join him, I regretted that he had been assigned to the job instead of some other member of the police detective homicide detail. Dean isn't a bad sort, but he isn't so satisfactory to work with as some of the others. That is, you can never be sure that he isn't holding out some important detail so that George Dean would shine as the clever sleuth in the end. Working with a man of that sort, you're bound to fall into the same habit, which doesn't make for teamwork. I arrived in the vestibule as Dean pressed Whitaker's bell button. "Hello," I said. "You in on this?" "Uh-huh. What do you know?" "Nothing. I just got it." The front door clicked open, and we went together up to the Whitakers' apartment on the 3rd floor. A plump blonde woman in a light blue house dress opened the apartment door. She was rather pretty in a thick-featured, stolid way. "Mrs. Whitaker?" Dean inquired. "Yes." "Is Mr. Whitaker in?" "No. He went to Los Angeles this morning," she said, and her face was truthful. "Know where we can get in touch with him there?" "Perhaps at the Ambassador, but I think he'll be back by tomorrow or the next day." Dean showed her his badge. "We want to ask you a few questions," he told her, and with no appearance of astonishment, she opened the door wide for us to enter. She led us into a blue and cream living room, where we found a chair apiece. She sat facing us on a big blue settle. "Where was your husband last night?" Dean asked. "Home? Why?" Her round blue eyes were faintly curious. "Home all night?" "Yes, it was a rotten, rainy night. Why?" She looked from Dean to me. Dean's glance met mine, and I nodded in answer to the question that I read there. "Mrs. Whitaker," he said bluntly, "I have a warrant for your husband's arrest." "A warrant? For what?" "Murder." "Murder?" It was a stifled scream. "Exactly, and last night." But I told you he was—" "And Ogburn told me," I interrupted, leaning forward, "that you called up his apartment last night, asking if your husband was there." She looked at me blankly for a dozen seconds, and then she laughed, the clear laugh of one who has been the victim of some slight joke. "You win," she said, and there was neither shame nor humiliation in either face or voice. "Now listen." The amusement had left her. "I don't know what Herb has done, or how I stand, and I oughtn't to talk until I see a lawyer. But I like to dodge all the trouble I can. If you folks will tell me what's what, on your word of honor, I'll maybe tell you what I know, if anything. What I mean is, if talking will make things any easier for me, if you can show me it will, maybe I'll talk, providing I know anything." That seemed fair enough, if a little surprising. Apparently, this plump woman who could lie with every semblance of candor and laugh when she was tripped up wasn't interested in anything much beyond her own comfort. "You tell it," Dean said to me. I shot it all out in a lump. "Your husband has been cooking the books for some time and got into his partner for something like $200,000 before Ogburn got wise to it. Then he had your husband shadowed, trying to find the money. Last night, your husband took the man who was shadowing him over on a lot and shot him." Her face puckered thoughtfully. Mechanically, she reached for a package of a popular brand of cigarettes that lay on a table behind the settle and proffered them to Dean and me. We shook our heads. She put a cigarette in her mouth, scratched a match on the sole of her slipper, lit the cigarette, and stared at the burning end. Finally, she shrugged, her face cleared, and she looked up at us. "I'm going to talk," she said. "I never got any of the money, and I'd be a chump to make a goat of myself for Herb. He was all right, but if he's run out and left me flat, there's no use of me making a lot of trouble for myself over it. Here goes. I'm not Mrs. Whitaker, except on the register. My name is May Landis. Maybe there is a real Mrs. Whitaker, and maybe not. I don't know. Herb and I have been living together here for over a year. About a month ago, he began to get jumpy, nervous, even worse than usual. He said he had business worries. Then a couple of days ago, I discovered that his pistol was gone from the drawer where it had been kept ever since we came here, and he was following it. I asked him, what's the idea? He said he thought he was being followed, and asked me if I ever seen anybody hanging around the neighborhood as if watching our place. I told him no. I thought he was nutty. Night before last, he told me that he was in trouble and might have to go away, and that he couldn't take me with him, but he would give me enough money to take care of me for a while. He seemed excited, packed his bags so they'd be ready if he needed them in a hurry, and burned up all his photos and a lot of letters and papers. His bags are still in the bedroom if you want to go through them. When he didn't come home last night, I had a hunch that he'd have beat it without his bags and without saying a word to me, much less giving me any money, leaving me with only $20 to my name, and not even much that I could hawk, and with the rent due in 4 days.
When did you see him last?
About 8 o'clock last night. He told me he was going down to Mr. Ogden's apartment to talk over some business with him, but he didn't go there. I know that. I ran out of cigarettes. I like elixir Russians, and I can't get them uptown here. So I called up Mr. Ogden's to ask Herb to bring some home with him when he came, and Mr. Ogden said he hadn't been there.
How long have you known Whitaker? I asked.
A couple of years, I guess. I think I met him first at one of the beach resorts.
Has he got any people?
Not that I know of. I don't know a whole lot about him. Oh, yes, I do know that he served 3 years in prison in Oregon for forgery. He told me that one night when he was lushed up. He served them under the name of Barber or Barbee or something like that. He said he was walking the straight and narrow now.
Dean produced a small automatic pistol, fairly new-looking in spite of the mud that clung to it, and handed it to the woman. Ever see that? She nodded her blonde head.
Yep, that's Herb's, or its twin.
Dean pocketed the gun again, and we stood up.
Where do I stand now? You're not going to lock me up as a witness or anything, are you?
Not just now, Dean assured her. Stick around where we can find you if we want you, and you won't be bothered. Got any idea which direction Whitaker'd be likely to go in?
No.
We'd like to give the place the once-over. Mind?
Go ahead, she invited. Take it apart if you want to. I'm coming all the way with you people.
We very nearly did take the place apart, but we found not a thing of value. Whitaker, when he had burned the things that might have given him away, had made a clean job of it. Did he ever have pictures taken by a professional photographer? I asked just before we left.
Not that I know of.
Will you let us know if you hear anything or remember anything else that might help?
Sure, she said heartily. Sure.
Dean and I rode down in the elevator in silence and walked out into Gough Street. What do you think of all that? I asked when we were outside.
She's a lil, huh? He grinned. I wonder how much she knows. She identified the gun and gave us that dope about the forgery sentence up north, but we'd have found out about them things anyway. If she was wise, she'd tell us everything she knew we'd find out, and that would make her other stuff go over stronger. Think she's dumb or wise?
We won't guess, I said. We'll slap a shadow on her and cover her mail. I have the number of a taxi she used a couple of days ago. We'll look that up, too. At a corner drugstore, I telephoned the old man, asking him to detail a couple of the boys to keep May Landis and her apartment under surveillance night and day. Also to have the post office department let us know if she got any mail that might have been addressed by Whitaker. I told the old man I would see Ogburn and get some samples of the fugitive's writing for comparison with the woman's mail. Then Dean and I set about tracing the taxi in which Bob Teal had seen the woman ride away. Half an hour in the taxi company's office gave us the information that she had been driven to a number on Greenwich Street. We went to the Greenwich Street address. It was a ramshackle building, divided into apartments or flats of a dismal and dingy sort. We found the landlady in the basement, a gaunt woman in soiled gray, with hard, thin-lipped mouth and pale, suspicious eyes. She was rocking vigorously in a creaking chair and sewing on a pair of overalls, while 3 dirty kids tussled with a mongrel puppy up and down the room. Dean showed his badge and told her that we wanted to speak to her in privacy. She got up to chase the kids and their dog out, and then stood with hands on hips facing us.
"Well, what do you want?"
she demanded sourly.
"Want to get a line on your tenants," Dean said.
"Tell us about them."
"Tell you about them?" She had a voice that would have been harsh enough even if she hadn't been in such a peevish mood.
"What do you think I've got to say about them? What do you think I am? I'm a woman who minds her own business. Nobody can say I don't run a respectable—"
This was getting us nowhere. "Who lives in number 1?" I asked.
"The odds. 2 old folks and their grandchildren. If you know anything against them, it's more than them that has lived with them for 10 years does."
"Who lives in number 2?"
"Mrs. Codman and her boys, Frank and Fred. They've been here 3 days, and—"
I carried her from apartment to apartment, and finally we reached the second floor when it didn't bring quite so harsh an indictment of my stupidity for suspecting its occupants of whatever it was I suspected them of.
"The Quirks live there."
She merely glowered now, whereas she had had a snippy manner before.
"And they're decent people, if you ask me."
"How long have they been here?"
6 months or more."
"What does he do for a living?"
"I don't know.
Sullenly.
Travels, maybe."
"How many in the family?"
"Just him and her. And they're nice, quiet people, too."
"What does he look like?"
"Like an ordinary man. I ain't a detective. I don't go around snooping into folks' faces to see what they look like and prying into their business. I ain't—"
"How old a man is he?"
"Maybe between 35 and 40, if he ain't younger or older."
"Large or small?"
"He ain't as short as you, and he ain't as tall as this fellow with you."
Glaring scornfully from my short stoutness to Dean's big bulk.
"And he ain't as fat as neither of you."
"Mustache?"
"No."
"Light hair?"
"No."
Triumphantly.
"Dark."
"Dark eyes, too?"
"I guess so."
Dean, standing off to one side, looked over the woman's shoulder at me. His lips framed the name Whitaker. "Now, how about Mrs. Quirk? What does she look like?" I went on.
"She's got light hair, short and chunky, maybe under 30.
Dean and I nodded our satisfaction at each other. That sounded like May Landis right enough. "Are they home much?" I continued.
"I don't know."
The gaunt woman snarled sullenly, and I knew she did know. So I waited, looking at her, and presently she added grudgingly,
"I think they're away a lot, but I ain't sure."
"I know," I ventured, "that they are home very seldom, and then only in the daytime, and you know it." She didn't deny it, so I asked, "Are they in now?"
"I don't think so, but they might be."
"Let's take a look at the joint," I suggested to Dean. He nodded and told the woman,
"Take us up to their apartment and unlock the door for us." "I won't," she said with sharp emphasis. "You got no right looking into folks' homes unless you got a search warrant. You got one?" "We got nothing," Dean grinned at her, "but we can get plenty if you want to put us to the trouble. You run this house. You can go into any of the flats any time you want, and you can take us in. Take us up, and we'll lay off you. But if you're going to put us to a lot of trouble, then you're going to take your chances of being tied up with the Quirks and maybe sharing a cell with them. Think that over." She thought it over, and then, grumbling and growling with each step, took us up to the Quirks' apartment. She made sure they weren't at home, then admitted us. The apartment consisted of 3 rooms, a bath and a kitchen, furnished in the shabby fashion that the ramshackle exterior of the building had prepared us for. In these rooms we found a few articles of masculine and feminine clothing, toilet accessories, and so on, but the place had none of the marks of a permanent abode. There were no pictures, no cushions, none of the dozens of odds and ends of personal belongings that are usually found in homes. The kitchen had the appearance of long disuse. The interiors of the coffee, tea, spice, and flour containers were clean. 2 things we found that meant something: a handful of Elixir Russian cigarettes on a table, and a new box of .32 caliber cartridges, 10 of which were missing in a dresser drawer. All through our searching, the landlady hovered over us, her pale eyes sharp and curious. But now we chased her out, telling her that law or no law, we were taking charge of the apartment. "This was or is a hideout for Whitaker and his woman, all right," Dean said when we were alone. "The only question is whether he intended to lay low here or whether it was just a place where he made preparations for his getaway. I reckon that the best thing is to have the captain put a man in here night and day until we turn up, Brother Whitaker." "That's safest," I agreed, and he went to the telephone in the front room to arrange it. After Dean was through phoning, I called up the old man to see if anything new had developed. "Nothing new," he told me. "How are you coming along?" "Nicely. Maybe I'll have news for you this evening." "Did you get those specimens of Whitaker's writing from Ogburn?
or shall I have someone else take care of it?"
"I'll get them this evening," I promised. I wasted 10 minutes trying to reach Ogburn at his office before I looked at my watch and saw that it was after 6 o'clock. I found his residence listed in the telephone directory and called him there. "Have you anything in Whitaker's writing at home?" I asked. "I want to get a couple of samples. Would like to get them this evening, though if necessary I can wait until tomorrow." "I think I have some of his letters here. If you come over now, I'll give them to you."
"Be with you in 15 minutes, I told him.
"I'm going down to Ogburn's," I told Dean, "to get some of Whitaker's scribbling while you're waiting for your man to come in from headquarters to take charge of this place. I'll meet you at the States as soon as you can get away. We'll eat there and make our plans for the night."
"Uh-huh," he grunted, making himself comfortable in one chair with his feet on another as I let myself out.
Ogburn was dressing when I reached his apartment and had his collar and tie in his hand when he came to the door to let me in. "I found quite a few of Herb's letters," he said as we walked back to the bedroom. I looked through the 15 or more letters that lay on a table, selecting the ones I wanted, while Ogburn went on with his dressing. "How are you progressing?" he asked presently.
"So. Heard anything that might help?"
"No, but just a few minutes ago I happened to remember that Herb used to go over to the Mills building quite frequently. I've seen him going in and out often, but never thought anything about it. I don't know whether it is of any importance, or—" I jumped out of my chair. "That does it!" I cried. "Can I use your phone?" "Certainly. It's in the hallway near the door." He looked at me in surprise. "It's a slot phone. Have you a nickel and change?" "Yes." I was going through the bedroom door. "The switch is near the door," he called after me, "if you want a light. Do you think—" But I didn't stop to listen to his questions. I was making for the telephone, searching my pockets for a nickel. And fumbling hurriedly with a nickel, I muffed it, not entirely by accident, for I had a hunch that I wanted to work out. The nickel rolled away down the carpeted hallway. I switched on the light, recovered the nickel, and called the Quirk's number. I'm glad I played that hunch. Dean was still there. "That joint's dead," I sang. "Take the landlady down to headquarters and grab the Landis woman, too. I'll meet you there, at headquarters."
"You mean it?"
he rumbled. "Almost," I said, and hung up the receiver. I switched off the hall light and, whistling a little tune to myself, walked back to the room where I had left Ogburn. The door was not quite closed. I walked straight up to it, kicked it open with one foot, and jumped back, hugging the wall. 2 shots, so close together that they were almost one, crashed. Flat against the wall, I pounded my feet against the floor and wainscot, and let out a medley of shrieks and groans that would have done credit to a carnival wild man. A moment later, Ogburn appeared in the doorway, a revolver in his hand, his face wolfish. He was determined to kill me. It was my life or his, so I slammed my gun down on the sleek brown top of his head. When he opened his eyes, 2 policemen were lifting him into the back of a patrol wagon. I found Dean and the detectives' assembly room in the Hall of Justice. "The landlady identifies May Landis as Mrs. Quirk," he said. "Now what?" "Where is she now?" "One of the police women is holding both of them in the captain's office." "Ogburn is over in the pawn shop detail office," I told him. "Let's take the landlady in for a look at him." Ogburn sat leaning forward, holding his head in his hands and staring sullenly at the feet of the uniformed man who guarded him, when we took the gaunt landlady in to see him. "Ever see him before?" I asked her. "Yes," reluctantly. "That's Mr. Quirk." Ogburn didn't look up, and he paid not the least attention to any of us. After we had told the landlady that she could go home, Dean led me back to a far corner of the assembly room, where we could talk without disturbance. "Now spill it," he burst out. "How come all the startling developments, as the newspaper boys call them?" Well, first off, I knew that the question, who killed Bob Teal, could have only one answer. Bob wasn't a boob. He might possibly have let a man he was trailing lure him behind a row of billboards on a dark night, but he would have gone prepared for trouble. He wouldn't have died with empty hands, from a gun that was close enough to scorch his coat. The murderer had to be somebody Bob trusted, so it couldn't be Whitaker. Now, Bob was a conscientious sort of lad, and he wouldn't have stopped shadowing Whitaker to go over and talk with some friend. There was only one man who could have persuaded him to drop Whitaker for a while, and that one man was the one he was working for, Ogburn. If I hadn't known Bob, I might have thought he had hidden behind the billboards to watch Whitaker,
But Bob wasn't an amateur. He knew better than to pull any of that spectacular gumshoe stuff, so there was nothing to it but Ogburn. With that to go on, the rest was duck soup. All the stuff May Landis gave us, identifying the gun as Whitaker's and giving Ogburn an alibi by saying that she had talked to him on the phone at 10 o'clock, only convinced me that she and Ogburn were working together. When the landlady described Quirk for us, I was fairly certain of it. Her description would fit either Whitaker or Ogburn, but there was no sense to Whitaker's having the apartment on Greenwich Street. While if Ogburn and the Landis woman were thick, they'd need a meeting place of some sort. The rest of the box of cartridges there helped some, too. Then tonight I put on a little act in Ogburn's apartment, chasing a nickel along the floor and finding traces of dried mud that had escaped the cleaning up he no doubt gave the carpet and clothes after he came home from walking through the lot in the rain. We'll let the experts decide whether it could be mud from the lot in which Bob was killed, and the jury can decide whether it is. There are a few more odds and ends. Like the gun, the Landis woman said Whitaker had had it for more than a year, but in spite of being muddy, it looked fairly new to me. We'll send the serial number to the factory and find out when it was turned out. For motive, just now all I'm sure of is the woman, which should be enough, but I think that when Ogburn and Whitaker's books are audited and their finances sifted, we'll find something there. What I'm banking on strong is that Whitaker will come in, now that he's cleared of the murder charge. And that is exactly what happened. Next day, Herbert Whitaker walked into police headquarters at Sacramento and surrendered. Neither Ogburn nor May Landis ever told what they knew, but with Whitaker's testimony, supported by what we were able to pick up here and there, we went into court when the time came and convinced the jury that the facts were these. Ogburn and Whitaker had opened their farm development business as a plain swindle. They had options on a lot of land, and they planned to sell as many shares in their enterprise as possible before the time came to exercise their options. Then they intended packing up their bags and disappearing. Whitaker hadn't much nerve, and he had a clear remembrance of the 3 years he had served in prison for forgery. So to bolster his courage, Ogburn had told his partner that he had a friend in the post office department in Washington, D.C., who would tip them off the instant any official suspicion was aroused. The two partners made a neat little pile out of their venture, Ogburn taking charge of the money until the time came for the split-up. Meanwhile, Ogburn and May Landis, Whitaker's supposed wife, had become intimate, and had rented the apartment on Greenwich Street, meeting their afternoons when Whitaker was busy at the office and when Ogburn was supposed to be out hunting fresh victims. In this apartment, Ogburn and the woman had hatched their little scheme, whereby they were to get rid of Whitaker, keep all the loot, and clear Ogburn of criminal complicity in the affairs of Ogburn and Whitaker. Ogburn had come into the Continental office and told his little tale of his partner's dishonesty, engaging Bob Teal to shadow him. Then he had told Whitaker that he had received a tip from his friend in Washington that an investigation was about to be made. The two partners planned to leave town on their separate ways the following week. The next night, May Landis told Whitaker she had seen a man loitering in the neighborhood, apparently watching the building in which they lived. Whitaker, thinking Bob a post office inspector, had gone completely to pieces, and it had taken the combined efforts of the woman and his partner, apparently working separately, to keep him from bolting immediately. They had persuaded him to stick it out another few days. On the night of the murder, Ogburn, pretending skepticism of Whitaker's story about being followed, had met Whitaker for the purpose of learning if he really was being shadowed. They had walked the streets in the rain for an hour. Then Ogburn, convinced, had announced his intention of going back and talking to the supposed post office inspector to see if he could be bribed. Whitaker had refused to accompany his partner, but had agreed to wait for him in a dark doorway. Ogburn had taken Bob Teal over behind the billboards on some pretext and had murdered him. Then he had hurried back to his partner, crying, "My God, he grabbed me and I shot him. We'll have to leave." Whitaker, in blind panic, had left San Francisco without stopping for his bags or even notifying May Landis. Ogburn was supposed to leave by another route. They were to meet in Oklahoma City 10 days later, where Ogburn, after getting the loot out of the Los Angeles banks where he had deposited it under various names, was to give Whitaker his share, and then they were to part for good. In Sacramento next day, Whitaker had read the newspapers and had understood what had been done to him. He had done all the bookkeeping. All the false entries in Ogburn and Whitaker's books were in his writing. May Landis had revealed his former criminal record and had fastened the ownership of the gun, really Ogburn's, upon him. He was framed completely. He hadn't a chance of clearing himself. He had known that his story would sound like a far-fetched and flimsy lie. He had a criminal record. For him to have surrendered and told the truth would have been merely to let himself get laughed at. As it turned out, Ogburn went to the gallows, May Landis is now serving a 15-year sentence, and Whitaker, in return for his testimony and restitution of the loot, was not prosecuted for his share in the land swindle. End of Who Killed Bob Thiel? End of The 10th Clew and Other Continental Op Stories by Dashiell Hammett. Recorded by Winston Tharp.